The challenge I have is an audience who are so interesting and who are exchanging so many interesting views and opinions, how to get them quiet for about 5 minutes. Because we are this year unusually tied to time constraints for various reasons, this year we will be following the program with more care than we did in previous years when we allowed a little bit of slippage. But anyway, chuirde, ba bhailim fáilte roimh go léir chuig scoil ghonal í chonal gavíle sa fithe cuig. Blian lead ar nó osod ag gur sé o chonal mar asóldíh gachéad chuige blian o hin. And given that this is a very special year, O'Connell 250, as we call it here, I'd like to welcome in particular some of the great grandchildren of the Liberator and to thank them also, and I mean this in all sincerity, to thank them for the support which they've given to the school since it was re-established in 2013. So it's Daniel, where are the others? Emily and Johnny. I hope I haven't missed anybody out. Anyway, these are the great grandchildren of O'Connell, and as I said, have been great supporters of our school. We thank them for this, but we give them a special recognition given the year that's in it. I would also like to think that over the last 12 years, the school has provided a platform for all sorts of issues, not just on the life and times of O'Connell. And just in case you missed it during the speeches that were given in Cahersiveen 2 weeks ago, all of this is down to the hard work, really, which is devoted to these activities by volunteers, which is my way of saying thank you to Dermot Walsh over here and Siobhan, who not only identified, but to a large extent managed the various events and celebrations that we had here about 2 weeks ago, which for those of you who attended them were absolutely spectacular. And somebody said to me this evening or this morning that the glow is still there from 2 weeks ago. And that's a tribute, as I said, to Dermot and to his team. So I want to acknowledge him. I want to welcome him here, but I also want to acknowledge that day one. As I do every year, I'd like to welcome back some of our longtime attendees and also to welcome those, of course, who are here for the first time and to reassure them that they will enjoy a school which, if I may say so, is not devoted just to scholarship and lectures, but also is known for its interesting speakers and also for its carefully chosen chairpersons who will do their best to keep the program in time. And just to make sure they do, where is my Liberty Bell? You have the Liberty Bell, have you got it there? So, get the Liberty, yes. I don't trust the sort of tapping of glasses that we. So I actually brought the Liberty. Actually, the interesting thing about that Liberty Bell, I don't know how many of you have been to Philadelphia, but you know there's a crack in the Liberty Bell, and that crack appeared in June of 1829 when they were ringing the bell in honor of Catholic emancipation. And the crack appeared in the bell and is there since. And of course, the bell has never been rung since. So in addition, of course, to all of those who are here in person, we also have a considerable number of people, I must say, watching it online for the first time. This, of course, because they can't be here in person, obviously, but also because the tickets have been so oversubscribed this year, particularly for Derrynane, that we could have filled not just this place, despite the few empty chairs that are around here, but we could have filled this place 10 times over. So I would like to also welcome and to acknowledge our viewers in New Zealand. We have now 4. We used to have 1, so it's got enough. There we are. Yeah, it's working. Yeah. Our friends in New Zealand, the United States, Britain, and of course in various parts of Ireland. And I hope that those of our more recent recruits will enjoy the school, even, as I said, at one remove. But also we plan to develop this virtual link between South Kerry and our diaspora in the years ahead. We have kind of bringing our community, our wider community together in this way. I'd also like to welcome a number of people without whom in one way or other we partner our program. First of all, there is the Office of Public Works. Then we have the Glasnevin Trust, whose CEO Peter Gallogly and Chairperson David Bunworth are here somewhere, have come all the way down from Dublin, braved the county bounds and found the natives friendly, I hope. But anyways, thank you for coming. Also, Professor Patrick Gagan, of course, who needs no introduction. He's been here before, but he also is the chairperson or director of the Research Hub in Trinity. And in all of these groups, in one way or other, and I hope I've left nobody out, but in one way or other, have been cooperating with us in promoting this anniversary year. And finally, and if by no means least, I'd also like to give a special welcome and a special recognition to Maria Watson, barrister at law. Now, Mary has just been awarded the prestigious Liberator Scholarship, which was inaugurated this year by the Bar of Ireland. And for her trouble, she will be going to Harvard for the next few months, participating in their very prestigious program for negotiation, which, given the problems that Harvard are having, perhaps is a very interesting, very interesting. So good luck with that, Mary. So can I introduce Mary as well here, Mary Watson. I would also like to welcome the members and staff of Kerry County Council. And if I may, I don't know if the chairperson is here or not. I know he's due to come later on, to the chairperson, Michael Foley, the representatives of the commemorations unit of the Department of Culture, Communications and Sport. And as I mentioned earlier, David Dermott and Siobhan Lynch, as well as Willie Driscoll, who are longtime supporters of the school. But above all else, I want to welcome you. I welcome you, our audience, who year in, year out have been at our backs and have given us that most valued donation of all, encouragement to go ahead and support as well. It's not about money, it's about encouragement. And we get that in spades from the people here in South Kerry. Now, also this year, we have an interesting development to the programme, and that is, as some of you may know, we have the Daniel O'Connell Award, which we award occasionally, not every year, but this year that award is being given to Donie O'Sullivan from Cahersiveen and CNN and all that. And we will be, CNN will be following part of these programmes during the course of the day, and I want to welcome in particular Bridget Leiniger, who is the head of corporate affairs or public affairs for CNN. They'll be joining us sometime during the course of the day, and just to welcome her as well. But that also means, by the way, that we have to keep to our program. It's not just about the people who are following us online, but also because of this arrangement we have with CNN. So that's the welcome and introduction, and thank you very much. At this point, I want to welcome in particular Dr. Linda Doyle, the Provost of Trinity College, Dublin, which, as many of us will know, is a place which looms large in the history of South Kerry, more than in most parts of Ireland. Before she became the first woman to hold the office of Provost, Linda was and remains a distinguished researcher in the field of engineering, and particularly in the ways in which that world intersects with the arts. So we welcome her here in the hope that this will be the first of several visits. I know she's been here before, by the way, but now that we have her in our grasp here, we hope that she'll come back under our auspices at several times in the future, bearing in mind, as I said, that Trinity and South Kerry have overlapping histories, and it might be an interesting challenge for the years ahead to see how we can develop that. So welcome in particular to Linda. And at this point, in that spirit, I'd like to ask Linda to formally open the school. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maurice. I'm absolutely delighted to be here, especially actually as I'm not an historian nor an expert in Daniel O'Connell, so I feel very, very delighted and very privileged to be asked to say a few words at the beginning of this. So I suppose I just wanted to start with the stamp. So most of you, and I suppose there's so many people here so interested in Daniel O'Connell, will know in this very special year of 250 that two stamps were launched to celebrate the year. And actually they were launched at Patrick Gagan's event, the 250 conference that we had in Trinity, a wonderful event at which I learned lots of things. Some of those things have helped me with today. But this stamp actually caused a little bit of controversy, and I'm not sure whether people here know why it did. So it caused controversy because people spotted this antenna up in the corner of the stamp. And in fact, actually, I have to say, I really admired the public, because the public asked the question, was this generated by AI? And in fact, I think that's really, really good. And we should always be asking those kind of questions. But in fact, when An Post do these stamps, they get an artist involved. The artist comes up with the design, and the artist put this in as, I suppose, a nod to the fact that Donald O'Connell was a very modern man. And it's an interesting way of doing it. Certainly that was his explanation. I can see there's a lot of cynicism in the room already. But ultimately, that actually is the takeaway that I have so far from all of this, from the conference in Trinity, from the other events that have happened, that there's this real embracing of this figure as a person, kind of a modern man. So what do we mean by that? And in fact, actually, one of the things I did realize, to Maurice's comments, that this summer school, you can go to any topic. And I actually am a telecommunications engineer. So I had to hold myself back from taking this in the route of giving you a lecture on how antennas are designed and talking about Valencia. So I held myself back from that and I said, what does it mean for Daniel O'Connell to be a modern man? So, I mean, you could look at that on a kind of surface level. And I actually, Patrick, it was in one of your talks, I heard you talk about him crowdfunding and his ability to crowdfund in terms of how he raised the funds to fight for Catholic emancipation. But I think you could also say that Daniel O'Connell was a man who understood social media. If you look at all of the caricatures, he certainly was trolled in many of the things that happened. And actually, I remember even reading when he got elected in Clare, and they used bonfires to signal from one county to the other that he got elected. It was like the internet. So you could look at it in that perspective. But of course, that's not what we mean when we talk about Daniel O'Connell being a modern man. It really, really relates to his values. And for me, it's a man whose values were considered to be the values of a modern age. And whether you're talking about things like, you know, his comments that sex has no mind, kind of from my point of view, feminist perspectives, his focus on democracy and inclusivity. Actually, my home when I'm not in Trinity is in Glasnevin, and the Cemetery for All. A man who stood up for those values. And one of the things that really struck me from a talk I heard this year was about his fight against slavery. And there were times in the Parliament in Britain where he was told that his cause would be advanced more, people would support him if he stopped talking about slavery. And he didn't give in to that. So that for me was an amazing way to show, you know, I'm not going to take the easy way out in the service of one cause by giving up on something that I know that's going to be true. A man who had a vision, a vision for a better world. And I say that because I think we're at a moment in time where there isn't a vision for a better world out there. So I thought that was, and a man who worked hard. And that's another thing. I think we're at a point in time where it's not necessarily always obvious that you have to work hard to be in positions of power or to deliver that better world. And I was actually also, I noticed along the way, and I thought it was really interesting, he's known as a fantastic orator. And it was really interesting to hear that he spent time in the HIST, which is one of our debating societies in Trinity. He spent time in the HIST practicing that art. And I think that is something to be hugely admired. So this is why we think of him as a modern man. Now, when I wrote the sentence down, I initially had written a man whose values are considered to be values of the modern age. And I struggled with the word, whether I should put the word are or were. And the reason I went for were in the end is because I think you could argue easily that those values are no longer values of the modern age. And the values that I'm talking about here are the values around truth, around democracy, around diversity, equality, and inclusivity. And if we look at what's happening around the world at large, it is true to say that those values are in significant retreat. They're under pressure. And somebody told me a statistic, I heard somebody use the statistic recently, of the 8 billion people in the world now, only 2 billion live in countries where there's rule of law. So that means the way we sit here and we understand and embrace democracy and understand that we have a voice and that we can come to summer schools like this and say what we feel and think, that is not the dominant position in the world any longer. So the things that Daniel O'Connell stood up for are not the dominant position in the world any longer. And I think it's something that it's really important that we realize. And for me, and I suppose where my background obviously is in higher education and research, and for me, a thriving university sector and a thriving higher education sector goes with a thriving democracy, should embody diversity, equality, and inclusivity, and should be drivers of truth. So I suppose the message that I would like to kind of share, I think, at the beginning of this wonderful summer school is the fact, for me, there's a global devaluing of higher education and research. And I say this, and you might think, and you might stand there and think, this is a completely grandiose statement. And what do I mean by that? But if you look around the world at the moment, we see a number of different trends. So first of all, in many countries, including in Western world countries, the funding of higher education systems is crumbling. If you only have to look to our neighbours in the UK to see that the system's there, and you look beyond and you can see that it's really falling apart. And when I say this, and I think it's really important to say this, I love working in a university. I think it's fantastic, but I don't think university should be the only choice. I think thriving society has many choices for people, whether it's apprenticeships and other ways that you work when you leave school, for example. So I'm not saying it in that context, but I'm saying it in the context of when you look around the world, there are very many challenges. There are countries within the EU, Hungary, for example, where universities have had to close down or move out of the country because they're not free to do what they need to do. When you look at kind of the world of, we'll say, I'm kind of even sick of myself of using the term fake news, or the proliferation of social media, the notion and the belief people have in science and understanding what's true and not, and being able to query that, that's becoming more and more difficult. And with the rise in that false news is a derision of research and the university sector. So you see this right around the world. And you also see, countries in the world where you're not allowed to teach particular subjects. So this is one of the things, I suppose, in my daily life, I think, the university sector in Ireland and the university sector in the world matters. And I do have to say, and I do want to talk about this a little bit, obviously what's happening in the US, that is kind of the latest big push in, I suppose, undermining and challenging the educational system, especially higher education. So very recently, I was in Edgeworthstown at the Mariah Edgeworth Literary Festival, and I made a comment about the fact that the choices that are being made in the US have a deep impact on us here. And the audience, to a certain extent, they kind of laughed a bit and thought, that's over there. But it actually really, really, really is affecting us. And I'm just going to give you a small few examples. So and I see my colleague, Donna Halloran, president of UCC, is here, and he will know this as well. So as an open country, as we always talk about the small open country, we take on that characteristic as universities, and we engage with other universities around the world, and especially the US. We all were given surveys where we had to fill in, actually questionnaires, not surveys, I should say, questionnaires that were obligatory to fill in, that asked us questions about the kind of research we were doing and our political views and whether those aligned with the views of the United States, in order to kind of curtail the kind of, and when you say that to people, they think this is some kind of trivial thing that might have happened, but actually these really, really what I would call draconian surveys are questionnaires that said, okay, if you're not doing things our way, or if you're not doing things this way, that actually went down to your view on trans rights, your view on abortion, your view on the environment, your view on things that had nothing to do with the research that was happening. So that's the kind of world that we live in. But also, if you look beyond that, there is a whole load of things that are happening. So on the small text up in the left-hand corner are all the words that no longer can be used. And on the face of it, when you think about diversity and inclusion, people say, that's just, let's just call it something else. But that banning of those words penetrates deeply into the research we do. So if you look down on the left-hand corner of this, I have the symptoms of a heart attack that men experience and women experience, and they're different. And you might think, what's that doing here? What's that got anything to do with what I just said? But the reality is, if you stop people thinking about gender, if you stop people thinking about inclusivity, you stop the kind of research that distinguishes that women experience certain illnesses differently than men, you stop all of this happening. And this is not something that you can stop and restart at the drop of a hat. This is something that actually has deep impact for the world going forward and all of our experiences of it. If you don't believe in climate change, what do? You get rid of the databases in which we're tracking the heating up of the earth, and hundreds of databases have been erased. And if that doesn't work, what do? You get rid of the people who actually report stats, and you might all have heard recently that the recent reporting of the labour figures in the US, which weren't considered to be appropriate, they just got rid of the woman who was the statistician who reported them. So on the one hand, we can sit here and be appalled or laugh a little bit at it. But for me, ultimately, when I look at this, I see a certain complacency. And I see that complacency in Europe. And I see that complacency in Ireland about what's happening to the higher education sector in general. And I say that not saying that the higher education sector or research or everything we do is perfect, not saying that there aren't things that we can be much better, because we're here to both challenge and serve society. I think that's really, really, really important. But I think it is of huge importance, if we care about democracy, if we care about truth, if we care about inclusivity, if we care about all of this, that we have a thriving higher education sector. And that really, really matters. And I suppose, how does this come back to Daniel O'Connell? For me, I feel, and it's very easy when somebody is born 250 years ago and he's not around to disagree with me, but I feel that Daniel O'Connell would not be complacent about issues like this, because the kinds of issues that he fought for, the things that mattered to him, the way he thought about life, I think he would have recognized that this is something that we all need to fight for. And I think it's something that us as universities, I don't take anything for granted about those values anymore. And in thinking of this recently, I thought to myself, and when you look at the landscape around the country and around the world and how universities are experiencing things, I thought to myself, actually, Ireland is now one of the places in the world with the greatest academic freedom, the greatest freedom of speech, and the greatest freedom of association. And I mean that very, very sincerely. And I think that's a very strong and powerful statement that we can make about our country. And I think you would be hard pressed to look at a country and find a place that was as equally strong at the moment. And I'm sad to say that that's the case, but I'm proud to say that that's the situation we're in Ireland. And what I think we need to do is we need to use this ferociously defend, education. If you look, and a thing I suppose I should have pointed out, if you look at that erosion of it that I've been speaking about, if you kind of move to the extreme hard right, there's kind of a sense of, do we have enough educated people? People will have notions. We need to say here what Ireland is about, and what Ireland can be so proud of is its intellectual heritage, what we're seeing here in this room, what all of you are engaging with, and how we can use this, as I said, to challenge and serve society. And the university, in my opinion, has a huge role to play in that. So with that, I'd like to just change slight tack for the last few minutes of this and say, because we have a place, or we live in a country with, I think, these very special privileges that, cannot or should not be taken for granted. We have universities like UCC, like Trinity, like all of the universities we have in this country that are able to deal with thorny issues, that are able to look at complex ideas. And in Trinity, we're very, very privileged to have fantastic library collections. And I wanted to just dwell on a small amount of those. And if you think back on what I was talking about, and what you see happening in the United States, and you see this notion that we can kind of remove and erase databases, I think one of the great things about what we have in universities here is that in those collections we have the things that shed good light in the university, and we also have the things that shed not so good light in the university. And I think that is really, really important. So I just wanted to share with you some of the things I thought might be really, really interesting. So as Maurice pointed out earlier, there's a really strong connection between Trinity and Cahersiveen and South Kerry. And I actually had the pleasure of Maurice and Marie giving me a special tour yesterday of places that connected with Trinity. And it was really brilliant. And thank you very, very much for that. And this is a map that's in what's called the Fritzl collection in Trinity. And it took place, the Fritzl collection is a part of a survey that happened in the late 1700s to look at the Trinity lands. And this is a watercolour of Valentia Harbour. And this collection, this survey, has some of these kind of gorgeous detailed watercolours that show Trinity estates and show what's happening here. The next one I would like to show you here is this, and it can be hard to see maybe from the back because they're a bit faded. This is from the Collis collection, and Collis did the survey in the 1800s. And again, this is of Cahersiveen, and it's really interesting to see the land, you can see the street, and you can probably recognize really significantly the shape of Cahersiveen today. But Trinity has a lot of this material. It has this material because it surveyed the lands that it controlled. And we're in the process of digitizing this and going to make this more available, because we know ourselves that if you really want to, understand our past, if you want to challenge the past, if you want to serve society, and I think you hugely serve society in the disciplines of arts, humanities, and the discipline of history, where you really kind of question, how did we get to here? These kind of collections are hugely valuable. This is also part of the Collis survey, and you'll notice it's a survey of the states of roads in the area. You might be interested in checking it out as to whether any of the roads in the area have improved or disimproved. And in fact, I was thinking Ireland could do with a detailed survey like this at the moment of the state of the roads everywhere. But nonetheless, I think they're wonderful. We're wonderfully privileged to have this kind of information, and people, colleagues like Patrick Egan and others in the university, and anyone who's interested in this era has access to them. With that, I just wanted to say we also have some fun objects. This is Daniel O'Connell's top hat. I know it was at the front of your brochure. And I think basically there is something amazing when you're in an institute of higher education, when you're in a university that respects and cherishes research, that you get both the feel and touch of those times. And you're there, as said, to question, to dig, to challenge society, and to serve society. And then I'll finally leave you with the final artifact that I think is very important. Oh, just one mention before I do that. Maurice said earlier that I'm glad you have me down here, and I would like to officially say on behalf of Trinity, we're only too delighted to do more and more with this school. I know there's a deep interest in Daniel O'Connell himself. There's a huge interest in commemoration. The Trinity Long Room Hub that you mentioned earlier, director, which is Patrick Egan, they are very, very invested in this. But us as a university as a whole would hugely like to do more and engage more. And just by way in passing, I just wanted to point out that we have these Reed scholarships that were set up actually in 1888, and they are actually specifically for students who want to study in Trinity from Kerry. So I just thought that would be interesting. But finally, in our collection, we also have this calling card, and this is a calling card of Daniel O'Connell. And I picked it out because he was also MP for Cork. And when you're in Kerry, and I know you're all here completely devoted and love it, I think it's only important that I end by referencing Cork. So with that, I just want to say again, it is a great privilege for me to be able to say a few words at the opening of this very special event. It matters to me because it is great to see a group of people gathered in a room who are interested in delving, in questioning, in understanding. That to me goes hand in hand. That thirst, that curiosity, that drive, that questioning of stamps as to whether they're AI generated or not, all of that is important in a democratic society that believes in truth. All of it is important in terms of Daniel O'Connell and his belief. He was, without a doubt, not a saint. He had his flaws like anyone else, but his strong belief in inclusivity, in democracy, in doing things in a way that would make the world a better place. And all of that for me is intimately connected with the thriving university sector that to me coexists in places where democracy is real and meaningful and where truth matters. And it is important that we stand up for this We fight for it. We're not complacent. And it is really, really exciting to have a kind of person like Daniel O'Connell, who to a certain extent is having this kind of huge rebirth, maybe not for you guys, but because you're so used to this, but having this huge rebirth and having that kind of a person that can kind of model a way of fighting for good values. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. As you know, we normally don't encourage questions at the opening talk, but Linda, I know we'll be around for a while if any of you want to talk to her about any aspect of Trinity, Kerry relationships or whatever, please. I can assure you she's a friendly person. She'll talk to you, even if she's from Cork. You know. But I might also say that, Linda, I'm particularly taken with your remarks about digitizing the collections that you have in Trinity about South Kerry, because as somebody who has used them, they're absolutely a mine of information about South Kerry. There's so much information in South Kerry about South Kerry in those that I'm glad to hear your plans to digitize those sources. And also, of course, you mentioned the Reed scholarships again, which have been in place, I know, for a while, and for your interest in maybe encouraging more of those. And as they say in the other parts of the town, we'll be getting back to you. So at this point, let me move on to the next part of the program, which will be chaired by John O'Donoghue. And I'll let John do the introductions. John, as you know, needs no introduction, but really over the last year, just let me mention that he's been a very active member of the local committee really that put in place all of the initiatives that I mentioned earlier on to help commemorate O'Connell 250. And I know he has a great interest in O'Connell, has had for a long time. I ask him now maybe to chair the session, to introduce the session and to introduce our three speakers. And John? 20 minutes each. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Marish. Adús bhálum fáiltó clí chur gachi le gine tá bailithe an seo ar an ócáid speisialta seo san bhliain speisialta seo. I would like to firstly welcome everybody who's gathered here this morning for the first session of the Daniel O'Connell School. I'm not going to bore you with talk. Marish has shown us the bell. I understand it. So, without further ado, I think we should get down to business. Happily for me, in the immortal words of Mark Antony when he first entered Cleopatra's tent, I'm not here to do the talking. Our first guest this morning is a very distinguished gentleman, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome him to Cahersiveen and to the Daniel O'Connell School. Vincent Boland has been a journalist for 36 years, and between 1974 and 2017, he was a correspondent for the Financial Times in Prague, London, New York, Ankara, Milan, and Dublin. He now writes a column in the Business Post on international affairs and business. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to the school Mr. Vincent Boland. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks very much, John. It's from 94 to 2017. Just you dated me slightly there, so I just want to set that straight. I'm really privileged to be here, and I want to thank Maurice for inviting me, and to everybody involved in the summer school for making me so welcome. And this is really my first time in South Kerry. I've been to various places in the county on several occasions, Listowel and Tralee and Ballybunion, but never as far south as Cahersiveen. So I'm really thrilled to be here. So I am a journalist, obviously, and the title that Maurice gave to this particular session is called Building on O'Connell's Legacies, Reporting and Representing Ireland. Now, I have never represented Ireland really in any official capacity or even unofficial capacity throughout my career. But I definitely reported on it. I'll come to that in a minute. But so I'm looking at it from, I'm approaching all of this from the point of view of being a reporter rather than any kind of representative of Ireland in any way. So I was the Financial Times correspondent in Dublin, in Ireland, the Ireland correspondent of the FT for 4 years, from 2014 to 2017. And that was absolutely by far the toughest job I've ever had in journalism. But I'll get to that in a minute, because I want to just reflect slightly on O'Connell for a moment, because again, O'Connell was not a journalist, but he was definitely a story. He was a massive story. I was very struck by Linda's observation that just in terms of today's modern digital media, that he would have probably been quite a big name. I think he would have loved Twitter and certainly television, because he had a big story to tell. He had a massive issue that he wanted to promote. He was very vain, and he I think would have thrived on Twitter and on TV and on prime time and on the news, etc., etc. And he would have been a great interviewee, I think, as well. So he was a massive story. He was also, I think, the first. I mean, I hate to call him a celebrity, but I think he was the first. He was a very famous person. He was the first very famous Irish person, I think, certainly from a European perspective. Because of what he was trying to achieve, because of his personality, because of his the manner of his campaigning and the crowds that he attracted, and how he presented the campaign for emancipation, which chimed with the conditions in Europe, to a very large extent, right across the continent. It may not have been necessarily about Catholic emancipation in particular around Europe, but it was definitely about serfdom and about workers and about the oppressed and poverty, etc. And all of that applied in Ireland just as much as it did in much of Europe as well. And I think that's why probably that's certainly part of the reason, I think, why his campaign and his message chimed with what the conditions that were in Europe. And he was presenting, in speaking about Ireland, he was also essentially talking about Europe, because he looked at things from a European perspective. I think it was Garrett Tuhig, one of his biographers, who wrote the entry in the Dictionary of Irish Biography, who spoke about how O'Connell's campaigning in Ireland attracted enormous press attention in Europe, not just from Britain, but from Germany and other places. And they wrote extensively about what he was doing. And they also visited Ireland to follow him around, a bit like I would do, actually. I followed politicians around several times in various countries on campaign trails of various kinds. And I think that O'Connell did, that reporters from Europe came to do the same with O'Connell. And I think he probably loved all of that attention as well. And what he did, the effect of of all of that was, I think, to establish Ireland in the minds of educated Europeans as something other than an appendage of Britain. I think he created the idea among educated Europeans that Ireland was a nation just like the French or the Czechs or the Poles or anything like that. And I think that seems to me to have been a significant achievement of O'Connell, even if it wasn't his primary one. It was an effect of what he was trying to do. And Sean O'Faolain said that he drank deep of Europe, and I think that makes him out that presents him as the first significant Irishman to have a European perspective. And that is one of his legacies, I think, for a lot of Irish people. And I certainly like to think of myself as having a European perspective. And I would think that O'Connell, that is one of O'Connell's legacies, I think, and it's something we should be very conscious of, and I think be quite proud of, actually, that it helps us in modern Ireland, in our own position in Europe and in dealing with Europe and in being Europeans and not just Irish people. We are actually much more than Irish people. We are Europeans as well, and I think that matters a great deal. He imprinted Ireland, if you like, in the minds of educated Europeans. And one of the things that I tried to do when I was living in Europe and reporting on Europe was to so I was working for the Financial Times, which is a very establishment newspaper and media outlet, and it was then. This was in the 90s, in the mid 90s. I was living in Prague, traveling all over Central Europe, and the FT is a very establishment newspaper. And what I tried to do was to be just a little subversive, if I could, in the way I approached interviewees about to get them to speak to me. And I did occasionally try to emphasize my Irishness as opposed to my position at the FT. If in certain situations it did help. And the most striking, or one of the most striking things that happened to me when I was living in Central Europe was just after I arrived, actually. The first big story I covered was the separation of the Czech and Slovak republics. From Czechoslovakia was splitting at the end of 1992, and I was covering it for the Financial Times. And I decided to do so from Bratislava, which was about to become the capital of Slovakia, the new Republic of Slovakia, rather than from Prague, which is where most other journalists seem to be based. And so I traveled from Prague to Bratislava a couple of days before Christmas, before the New Year of 92, 93. And the first thing you had to do as when you got there was to go to the Foreign Ministry to get your accreditation to cover the event. There was going to be a massive event in the center of Bratislava on the 31st of December at midnight. That was the moment of independence for both the Czechs and the Slovaks. And the Slovaks were particularly exercised about it because it would mean much more to them than to the Czechs. So anyway, I go to the Foreign Ministry and went to this enormous room, and there's a desk in a corner, and there's a young woman sitting behind the desk. And she asked me for my passport. And I handed over my passport. And she looked at the passport, and she put it down on the desk, and she jumped up from behind the desk, ran around and gave me a big hug. And she said, "Welcome, Vincent." She said, she said, for the past 2 or 3 days, I've had reporters coming into me here from Germany, from Britain, from America, and from France. And the first question they asked me is, why are you guys doing this? Why are you splitting off? Are you going to be a much smaller, much weaker country as an independent Slovak Republic than you would be in Czechoslovakia? And you'd be bigger and more powerful if you didn't split. And she said, finally, I've met somebody who might understand what we're trying to do. So that was a light bulb moment for me in terms of how people in Europe perceive Ireland. And it stayed with me throughout my entire reporting career. And I was very moved by the moment. And we had a big conversation about what was going on in Slovakia that day and that night, and what would happen subsequently. And ever since then, I've kind of been rooting for Slovakia as an independent country. And I returned many times when I was living during my time in Central Europe with the FT, and reported on progress and sometimes the lack of progress in the country's transformation. And for me now, Slovakia is the country in Europe that most resembles Ireland. It's the same size, roughly, the same population, roughly, the same kind of the same kind of mix of agrarian and urban and industrial. So this was in the 90s, and it reminded me in the 90s of Ireland in the 1970s. And I think that I suspect that it's still a little bit behind, but we are two very similar countries. And we always sort of tend to compare ourselves to Sweden or to France or whatever. In fact, the Slovaks are way more like us, and we're more like them than we are like anybody else in Europe, I think. So that was one of the things that I took away from my time in Central Europe. So, which brings me to my time in, and I just want to keep track of time. So I was there for 5 years, and then I went to London, and then I went to New York and Turkey and Italy, etc. And then in 2014, I came to Ireland as the Ireland correspondent of the Financial Times. And I mentioned already that was the toughest job I've ever had. And the reason why it was very tough was because of Brexit. So from 2014 to 2017, I was the correspondent in Dublin. I was covering the entire island, so Belfast, the north, etc., and whatever was going on. And it was primarily a political story rather than any kind of corporate one, because the Irish corporate stories are covered essentially out of London because they're all listed in London. So my main role was as the political correspondent, and it was that was by far the toughest challenge, and I did not realize at the time that it would be like that, because I discovered, and I think the British themselves discovered, and the Irish Times, the Financial Times discovered that really the Irish and the British knew almost nothing about each other in the context of Brexit. So here were two countries joined together for so long, and then separating in various ways, and yet at this particular moment, there was a gulf in understanding between Irish and British politicians, certainly, and the sort of ruling elite, if one might call it that, but also I think at the level of the public, and certainly at the level of journalism, it was extremely partisan. A lot of the journalism that was going on about Brexit, both in Dublin and in London, and I found it very, very difficult to present Ireland's position on Brexit to the FT newsroom because they didn't understand it. And it was extremely hard to explain to them why there was such strong opposition in Ireland to the notion of the border being reinstated in Ireland. The idea that Brexit represented some kind of repartition of Ireland they just couldn't get their heads around it, and that was how I presented it to the newsroom, and it was extremely difficult to get them to accept, well, not to accept, but to understand the concept, and that was the only way that you can overcome that is to go out and report. And I did spend a lot of time during the Brexit campaign in Britain, in the north and on the border particularly. And I spent a few days traveling along the border in Cavan, Fermanagh, Monaghan, Donegal, and I did a piece for the paper, a big long piece about trying to explain the border. And most of the people I spoke to were what I would call, and they themselves called themselves, border unionists. And they were extremely lovely people, but they had all, except one, had voted for Brexit. And I was asking them why they were doing that. And the impression that I got and the way that I summarized it was that for them, the border was a signifier not only of the fact they were British, but that they were not Irish. And I had that was a big learning experience for me, and also I was trying to present that as a story and as a theme to the FT in the context of Brexit, and that began to open minds in London at the FT from my perspective, and it became, once I cracked that particular dilemma myself, it was easier to convince people in London because of that. And it was only, but that took a good while. And the initial story was very difficult to report on and to present. And, I remember on several occasions, British MPs would come over to Dublin to talk to various Dáil committees or to just have a press conference or whatever. And one of the questions I would always ask them was, so what about the border? And the answer that one would get, these were from Brexit supporting MPs in the Conservative Party or in the Farage people, was, oh, don't worry, nothing will change. And that was, I think, the view of the kind of media establishment in London as well, was that why are the Irish making such a big fuss about this? Because nothing is going to change. And my job was to say that actually everything is going to change, and here's how it's going to change. And that's how that was message that was hammered home to me when I went to the border, and you had to go to the border to do that. And people, not enough reporters from London or from Germany or from wherever when they came over went to the border, and I think that was a big fault line in the coverage of Brexit, and it was something that once I discovered that I could present it in this way, it made the job finally became a little easier. But before that, it was extremely, extremely difficult, and so it's again, one of the great sort of experiences of my reporting career, and just again to go back to O'Connell, this is all part of what I consider to be O'Connell's legacy, which is the emancipation not just of Catholics or poor people, but also and not just their electoral emancipation, but also their intellectual emancipation. I think that was one of the great achievements of O'Connell in his day, but also subsequently. And he presented us and his country in this European perspective that was I think really important in making the case resonate across Europe, because as I said at the beginning, the conditions in Ireland were replicated right across Europe in different ways, but very definitely replicated across Europe. And he died in Black 47, and in 1848, Europe was transformed by revolutions, including there was obviously one in Ireland as well, but it was like a lot of Irish revolutions, it petered out very quickly. But in Europe, the revolutions were much more resonant, much more violent. But one of the things that the revolutions of 1848 in Europe achieved was the end of serfdom in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. And I think that was a legacy of O'Connell as well, because what he was trying to do in Ireland was also to eliminate and to end a form of serfdom. And it happened in Europe in 1848, and he had achieved it in Ireland. And he was not a revolutionary by any sense by any stretch of the imagination. But I think he would have. I think he would have been a protagonist in the revolutions of 1848 if he had lived that long, at least as an intellectual figure and as an inspiration, as a fount of ideas, and I think that it's a tragedy that he didn't live that long, but I think that his achievements were vindicated in 1848, and his legacy, his style of campaigning, his manner, his subject matter was entirely vindicated in 1848. And I think that was part of the connection that I think the girl in Bratislava had with me in when I met her in the Foreign Ministry on the night of the 31st on the afternoon of the 30th of December 1992. So that's really what I wanted to say, and thank you very much. It's been a great honor to be here, and anything to do with Daniel O'Connell, I think, has to be celebrated and marked. And thank you all very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Vincent, for your illuminating account. So we move on. It gives me it gives me a particular privilege to introduce our next guest, because I had the privilege of working with him for a number of years. Our next guest is, of course, Daithí O'Callagh, who is a former Irish diplomat. Daithí is a native of Dunleary in County Dublin and a graduate of University College Dublin. He worked as a secondary teacher and gave 3 years voluntary service in Zambia before joining the diplomatic service in Ireland in 1973. He was Ireland's first ever ambassador to Finland, where he served from 1993 to 1997. In 2004, in Dublin, the Finnish ambassador to Ireland presented Daithí O'Callagh with the Order of the White Rose of Finland. The ambassador remarked in his speech that when Finland was in the process of joining the European Union, Daithí O'Callagh was practically an advisor to the Finnish government on the practical issues of EU membership. From 2001 to 2007, he served as ambassador, of course, to the United Kingdom. He was then posted as the ambassador to the UN at Geneva. In this role, he presided over the diplomatic conference in Croke Park in Dublin, which successfully negotiated the Convention on Cluster Munitions. He retired from the diplomatic service in 2009 after an extremely distinguished career. After retirement, he served as Director General of the Institute of International and European Affairs. In 2010, he was appointed as chairperson of the Press Council of Ireland and served 2 terms, which was the maximum allowed. In 2007, Daithí was awarded an honorary degree of Doctors of Letters from Ulster University for his outstanding contribution to the Press Council and, of course, his immense contribution to the peace process. In 2019, Daithí was elected a member of the Royal Irish Academy. So it gives me tremendous pleasure to introduce to you and to request to speak at this session, building on O'Connell's legacies, reporting and representing Ireland, Ambassador Daithí O'Callagh.
Thank you very much, John. I hardly recognise myself there. Maurice asked me to say something about representing Ireland, and he asked me to be personal. And so that's what I'm going to do. And I thought I'd concentrate a little bit on the Anglo-Irish Agreement, because this year is the 40th anniversary of the Anglo-Irish Agreement, which I think set the stage for what came afterwards. The joint declaration in the 1880s, and then that extraordinary achievement of Bertie Ahern and Tony Blair in the Good Friday Agreement in 1998. I came back to Dublin from London in the middle of 1982. where I'd been for almost 5 years working on the press and political side in the embassy in London. And it was a period of great difficulty in the relationship between Ireland and Britain. I used to say at the time that I was living in enemy territory in London. There was the bombings, the IRA bombings in the United Kingdom, particularly in places like Birmingham. The people who suffered most, other than those who were injured in those bombings, were actually the working class Irish in places like Birmingham, in places like Wolverhampton, London, because they were being stigmatized for acts and murder that were being committed in their name, but with which they deeply disagreed. And it had been a period, when I came back, it had been a period of great instability in Northern Ireland. There was bombings, there was mayhem, and most importantly, there were the hunger strikes. And the British, since the Sunningdale Agreement in 1984, the collapse of the Sunningdale Agreement in 1984, the British government seemed concerned with nothing other than to deal with what they called terrorism in Northern Ireland. Callaghan, the British Prime Minister, had told Mason when he was going as Northern Ireland Secretary, keep a lid on it. And keeping a lid on it meant, frankly, discriminating against Catholics, not dealing with the problems which Catholics faced, the real problems which Catholics faced in Northern Ireland, and making a total hames of the hunger strikes. People like John Hume, people like the Irish government, all tried to intervene with the British to try and bring an end to this mayhem in Northern Ireland, and they were getting nowhere. I think Charles Haughey was probably the first when he tried in 79 and 80 to build up some sort of a relationship with Margaret Thatcher. And he did succeed, but it fell apart really under just the pressures of what was happening in Northern Ireland and the failure of British governments to take into account the legitimate concerns of Catholics in Northern Ireland and the legitimate concerns of the Irish government, because there were real threats to this state from what was happening in Northern Ireland, as Jerry Collins and John O'Donoghue, both former ministers for justice, know well, and much better than I do. So at the end of 1982, in the election, there was the first stable government formed in Ireland for, I suppose, about 3 years. And it looked as if Garret Fitzgerald and Dick Spring would have about 4 or 5 years in power. And they were determined to try and change things. And I think Fitzgerald in particular had 3 things in mind. One was to try somehow or another rethink what we really meant by Irish unification and by Irish nationalism, and to do so in a way that would enable us to negotiate with the British. And that was done in the New Ireland Forum. And the second thing they tried to do, and Peter Barry, the foreign minister from Cork, well known as and had always described himself not as a minister for foreign affairs, but as a tea taster. Peter Barry was determined to try to do something about what he called the nightmare of nationalism in Northern Ireland. That's where I was involved. And then the third thing they tried to do was to negotiate with the British to change the relationships within these islands. And it took 3 years, and it ended up with the Anglo-Irish Agreement. So I'm going to, in the short time I have available, I'm just going to talk about 2 things. One, what I, as a member of a team, was trying to do in Northern Ireland. And then up until the Anglo-Irish Agreement was agreed in November 1985. And then from the beginning of December 1985 until August 1987, I actually served in Belfast as number 2 in the Anglo-Irish Secretariat. So I'll just try and talk about those 2 areas. there were two of us in the Department of Foreign Affairs. We were known as travellers. We spent most of our time in Northern Ireland, talking to people in Northern Ireland, trying to find out what were their problems, how their problems could be resolved in generic terms, and then also trying to deal with specific incidents, many of them being incidents involving the security forces, particularly the UDR, or indeed problems in the prisons and so on. I dealt mainly with the nationalists. I would spend 2, 3, 4 days a week in Northern Ireland talking to people, a lot of them politicians, a lot of them people in the trade unions, people in the education sector, religious, and then a little bit later on, people who were heavily involved in the justice area, people like Paddy McRory, and Christopher Hill, who are probably the two leading Catholic barristers in Northern Ireland. And what we were trying to do was we were trying to actually find out what were the problems facing nationalists in the north. I would then come back to Dublin, and occasionally, from time to time, I'd call in the British Embassy if there was a particular problem and ask them to resolve it. If it was particularly serious, Peter Barry, the minister, would call in the British ambassador. And if it was very serious, Garrett would raise it with Thatcher in the meetings he used to have with her practically every 6 months when there was a European Council. So one of the great benefits of Britain and Ireland being in the European Union together was that these meetings could take place frequently, as you well know, and you could deal with things, I'm sorry, Vincent, without the press being present. So over a period of 3 years, we built up a picture in Dublin of the problems that needed to be addressed if there was going to be anything like peace in Northern Ireland, and if there was going to be any way in which we could move away from violence. We reported to Dublin in detail, and as Dermot will know, we built up a system whereby every week a box of these reports used to go to selected ministers, so that ministers knew what was happening, knew where the problems were, and were informed about the realities of Northern Ireland in a way that I don't think they'd been informed before, because we were doing it to an extent that was new. And it was in a whole range of areas: prisons, security forces, education, discrimination in employment, difficulties in housing, across the whole gamut, and particularly in the area of justice, because the judicial system was totally loaded towards the Unionists. And the knowledge available in London of the judicial system in the north was frankly discoloured. So this informed the negotiations that were taking place between London and Dublin about the issues which needed to be addressed if there was going to be a bilateral treaty between the two of them as to how Northern Ireland would be governed in the future. And in the Anglo-Irish Agreement, there is a whole list of areas which had to be dealt with, and which we were very well informed in Dublin because of the travelling in the north. And we'd have to find structures of dealing with it if there was to be an agreement. And that's actually what happened. So the agreement was negotiated and signed in November 9th. Are you starting now or from the? Thank you. We went into Belfast on the 8th of December, 1985. And I have to tell you, we were terrified. We travelled on Irish military aircraft into the military airfield in Belfast. Oh, no, we didn't actually go into the military airfield that time. We went into the city airport. And we were picked up by British military helicopters and moved into a building which we called the bunker, from which we were not allowed out. We couldn't even walk around the building. And it was a bit scary, to be honest. In Dublin, my family were under 24-hour police protection because I was a named target for a number of organizations. But we sat down to doing business. The building in which we lived and worked had been the headquarters for Wimpy when Wimpy was building the motorways in Northern Ireland. There was a massive security threat. In January of the following year, 1986, we had sent all the Irish staff home. It was a Saturday, except two of us remained inside. The boss, the Irish boss, was Michael Lillis, and I was the number two. And we were literally attacked by 18,000 loyalists. And the people who protected us were the Royal Ulster Constabulary. And I remember there was a chief inspector in charge, and he would come in about every 20 minutes and tell us how the rioters were getting on. Luckily, it was raining in a way that's rarely seen in Belfast. It may be seen in South Kerry often, but it was pouring rain. And he would come in about every 20 minutes, and the water was streaming off his greatcoat. And we'd say to him, "How's it going?" He said, "Do you see that rain out there?" "Yep, that's worth a battalion of soldiers." Anyway, so we raised a huge number of issues during that period. I had a look. We set up a thing called the log because we had to hold them to account. And we registered on the log any issue that we raised, whether it was an individual issue or whether it was a generic issue. And we would then a week later say, "What's the progress?" And there wouldn't, at the beginning, by the way, there was no progress. The Northern Ireland office, which hadn't been consulted very much during the negotiations with the British, they really were furious and didn't want to work the agreement. And at the beginning, there was very little progress. And then we'll have another meeting in a month's time and we say, "What's the progress?" And in the meantime, the Anglo-Irish Conference was meeting practically on a monthly basis. And on the Irish side, that was led by Peter Barry himself. And on the British side, by the Northern Ireland Secretary, Tom King, who wasn't the worst of them. And so they were being held to account. And for the first time, if the UDR, for example, harassed a Catholic just because they were a Catholic, the UDR soldier would be asked, "Why are you doing it?" And if it was a serious issue, he'd be suspended immediately. And so there began, over a period, there began to be changes in what was happening in Northern Ireland and in the manner in which Catholics were being treated. So some of the issues, for example, we raised in the first month were UDR harassment, prison sentence review, incidents involving individual soldiers, cross-border road closures, the renewal of the Emergency Powers Act, flags and emblems, that relates, of course, to the flying of the tricolour, the use of the Irish language, we submitted a paper on public appointments in which we said we needed to be consulted before there were any public appointments. Police complaints, code of conduct, Navan Fort, the Divis flats and the Rossville flats. And over a period, they began to respond. The Rossville flats, for example, and the Divis flats were demolished. Navan Fort was a very interesting one because Navan Fort is An Macha, and you'll all know about An Macha, just outside Armagh. And there was quarrying going on at An Macha. The quarrying, by the way, has been carried out by a Catholic. But the site was being destroyed. And various people had tried to prevent the site being destroyed. Cardinal O'Fee was particularly interested in doing it. He had an interest in all that sort of history, and he was from there. And he had asked us, could we do something about it? The Department of the Environment in Northern Ireland had looked at it and had refused to do anything. And they let the quarrying going on. And eventually we brought into the Secretariat Richard Needham, who was the junior minister in Northern Ireland with responsibility for culture. And as it happened, he had an Irish title. And we had him into dinner and we talked about Navan Fort. And Michael Lillis gave him a copy of Thomas Kinsella's translation of the Táin Bó Cúailnge, in which you have those lovely drawings of Louis Le Brochet. And Needham was a cultured man. And Needham went home and read it. And he himself took a personal decision to stop the quarrying in An Macha. So that was the sort of thing that we were able to do in that Secretariat. And we could only do it as a result of the fact that we had an agreement, and they were under that agreement. They had to make determined efforts to resolve differences, and we could hold their feet to the fire. And as you both know, at the time of the agreement, the then leader of the opposition, Charles Sahi, had very serious doubts about it. And the leader of the opposition, that's what he's there for. He's there to oppose. But by the time he became leader in, I think, was it May, June 1987? Or maybe a little bit earlier, 1987. I think he realized the benefit of it as well. And he continued to work the Anglo-Irish Agreement. And the progress made after that between, for example, Albert Reynolds and John Major, and then Bertie Ahern and Tony Blair, has led to where we are now, which is a very, very different place to where I was 40 years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Di, for a wonderful contribution. I think at this point it would be remiss of me if I did not mention if I did not acknowledge the presence of former Minister for Foreign Affairs and Minister for Justice, Gerard Collins, the former Secretary General of the Department of the Government, in fact, Dermot McCarthy, of course, and the former Attorney General, Dermot Gleeson, all of whom made significant contributions to the peace process on this island. So it gives me great pleasure to move on to our next guest on time. Our next guest is, of course, Professor Claire Connolly. Claire is a professor of modern English at University College Cork, and she is a fellow of the Learned Society of Wales and a corresponding member of the Royal Society in Edinburgh. Professor Connolly has been O'Brien Professor at Concordia University in Montreal, Parnell Fellow at Magdalene College, Cambridge, and Burns Fellow in Irish Studies in Boston College. with Marjorie Howes. She is general editor of the 6-volume series Irish Literature in Transition, 1700 to 2020, published by Cambridge University Press. She has published widely on the cultural history of 18th and 19th century Ireland, and is a member of the editorial board for Cambridge Studies in Romanticism. Professor Connolly is currently secretary for Polite Literature and Antiquities for the RIA and the Celtic Academies representatives to the UKYA Governance Committee. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce Professor Claire Connolly to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Maurice. Thank you very much for the invitation, and to the entire committee for this lovely invitation and a very warm welcome to Cahersiveen. It's no small task they've set me, though, to talk about Irish literature now in the context of reporting on and representing Ireland, and how we can build on the legacy of Daniel O'Connell. It's a difficult job because there's so much of it. We have a depth of talent across decades in Ireland, and the flash of brilliant new generational voices we've become almost too accustomed to. But let me take on this task, because Maurice asked me, so I'll do my best. One thing I can do is to take us back to a set of debates that Daniel O'Connell would have known well. And that's the question of kind of definition and achievement. What is Irish literature and who is it for? That was by no means a settled question in the early 19th century, where even that very term that we use so casually now, Irish literature, Irish writing, that term Irish literature was often reserved, properly you might argue, for a learned body of writing in the Irish language. And it was, one might have talked about Anglo-Irish literature, for example, or Irish writing in English. Or sometimes also reserved for the very popular forms like penny ballads and popular rhymes and so on. And often in kind of the debates of the early 19th century, neither of those things were very highly regarded. So you had kind of stuffy monkish chronicles on the one hand, and popular doggerel on the other was the kind of commentary sometimes that came about. So what happened then, of course, was that at the same time, you had this incredible movement all across Europe, where the very idea of two things were kind of coming into birth. One was the idea of the nation, the idea that a culture bounded by certain territory had a distinctive political and cultural identity. And the other thing that we think about a bit less is the idea that that nation would have a literature, and that there was a thing called creative literature. We might say creative writing now, imaginative literature, and that was distinctive and new, different to the classics and all of that. And that all came together really powerfully in Ireland. But part of the complexity of our story is that it happened often in the hands of the Anglo-Irish members of the Protestant elite, who began to pay attention to their own time and their own place, and to the distinctiveness of that time and place, and to write about it. So we have the invention of a modern Irish literature born on the border of languages and cultures, and challenges then, of course, the creeping horrors of famine, disease, mass migration, established facts of Irish life across the world that O'Connell knew and the world that the people after him inherited. Still, there was a revival underway by century's end, and names we all know now. I won't trouble you with the discussion of Yeats and Joyce, because that's not what we're here for. But some patterns then of kind of hurried change and disastrous silences worked their way into the very textures of Irish writing and became kind of powerfully available as ideas and metaphors and modes for the writers that came after in the 20th century. And if the writers of the early 20th century were noticeable for their ability to capture paralysis and stasis, like Beckett, think of everyone stuck in one place, or Joyce, states of paralysis, then the people who came afterwards insisted on change. And that's the Ireland I grew up in. That's the generations that came at the end of the 20th century. We had, again, sort of remarkable talents. I'm putting up some images here as I go, just to kind of give you an indication of some of the books that have been so important. And we can track a sequence taking in affluence, recession, precarity, along with, in Anne Enright's mordant phrase, the discovery of the possibility that the family was no longer a place of safety, a significant finding. So very broadly, we could say now, I think, that we're still thinking about change, but much, much more so change in the domain of sexuality and sexual histories, as much as political histories. That's really been the kind of one of the biggest change, both in our politics and in our literature in the early years of the 21st century. And I want to track through that a little bit in my remarks. Much of the post-crash renaissance in Irish writing, and it truly has been a remarkable renaissance, seems to turn away from national histories or to turn back again sometimes towards sexual histories, towards private histories, and increasingly in the hands of a gifted generation of women writers towards both individual and family fictions of sexual lives and sexual experiences. So Milkman, for example, Anna Byrne's wonderful novel, it's up there, takes on the kind of what would seem to be the known story of Northern Ireland, but makes it remarkably fresh by telling it as a story of sexual predation, a young woman who is tracked about the streets by a predatory man known only as the Milkman. And it's been observed of Emer McBride, whose novel, breakthrough novel, A Girl is a Half-Formed Thing, is up here, that sex has almost like a structural importance in her work. It's how she puts her novels together. She's known for writing very experimentally, breaks in grammar and in syntax, but actually what holds the novels together are sexual experiences, especially organizing traumatic sexual experiences on the page. But so far, I think I'm probably guilty of a kind of a false opposition. Some of you are probably thinking about it already, kind of between sex and history, as if those were different things, as if those were not connected at so many different points. It's an opposition that didn't hold for the writers that Daniel O'Connell knew, authors of what were then called national tales, including the writers Mariah Edgeworth and Sidney Owenson, Lady Morgan. Linda already mentioned Mariah Edgeworth and the Edgeworthstown festival recently celebrating the work of Edgeworth. And I have to take advantage now of the vaunted freedom of expression that Linda mentioned to sound a little critical note about Daniel O'Connell. Is that all right? I'm nervous. Who in fact made very sexist remarks about Mariah Edgeworth and suggested that she didn't write her books at all, but that her father wrote them for her. Now, of course, that is more than a little inflected by a stern nationalist suspicion of Edgeworth, and her family, who were beneficiaries of the Cromwellian dispossession of Ireland. But it's also inflected by emerging 19th century ideas about gender and propriety. Daniel O'Connell's daughter, Ellen O'Connell Fitzsimons, said of Edgeworth's remarkable novel, Castle Recreant, she described it as a novel of revolting unpleasantness. And I think by that she both meant it was revolting in nationalist terms, and it was revolting because a woman wrote it. So these things start to come together. But those early 19th century women writers were innovators. And one of the ways they innovated was by joining plots of sexuality to plots of politics and history. They used the marriage plot, especially the idea that an Irish woman would marry an Anglo-Irish man, as a way to kind of think through generational issues in Irish history, especially questions of land and property and who owned it. And sexuality often returns us to questions of property, not least because of marriage. And now in the fiction of the contemporary women writers, it's especially property in terms of precarity and the housing crisis and questions of real estate. Often in contemporary novels, it's not about who can buy a house, it's who can afford to rent a room. And I'm sure everyone here in this room here will know people who are at that sharp end of that housing crisis or who have left because of it. And what might seem a kind of familiar story that we all know, the housing crisis, as I said, is everywhere, has far-reaching literary consequences in contemporary Irish writing. And if I gave you a kind of a very broad sketch of a plot, so this is a plot in a novel, a young woman in her early 20s falls in love with a man who owns 2 houses. Right. And the woman doesn't own anything. In fact, she may not even be able to rent someplace. She may have absolutely nothing at all. That's the plot of Sally Rooney's Conversation with Friends. It's the plot of Niamh Campbell's This Is Happy. It's the plot of Louise Kennedy's Trespasses. It's the plot of Emer McBride's The Lesser Bohemians. It's kind of worked its way into the texture of Irish literature as a way of thinking through these questions of sex, politics, and history. It's also, and the 19th centuryists among you might be thinking, it's also the plot of Jane Eyre. Rochester has 2 houses, even if one of them burns down at the end. And Emer McBride's The Lesser Bohemian basically rewrites Jane Eyre. But it's a kind of millennial Irish plot that has now transferred itself internationally. There are lots of American versions of this same plot. And it may have a kind of a deeper 19th century Irish root as well. There's one popular theory that the plot of Jane Eyre is based on a plot by the Anglo-Irish writer Sheridan Le Fanu, who wrote Uncle Silas, a kind of sensational novel in which a woman is locked in the house, the so-called spouse in the house plot, or bigamy plot. So we have these kind of intricacies of 19th century, what seem like safe and sound 19th century thoughts, and that's what Anna Burns calls them in Milkman, that have kind of released with a new force and a new energy into our contemporary moment, especially, as I say, in the hands of early 19th century women writers. And these stories register a kind of a felt, lived block in social mobility experienced by the coming generation. Sally Rooney is rightly and deservedly the star of this particular show, this particular kind of writing, and she continues to press her politics on our attention, most noticeably recently demanding justice for the banned Palestine Action Group in the UK. To this extent, Sally Rooney is very like these early 19th century novelists that O'Connell would have knew. And we know O'Connell read these novels, even if he didn't always approve of them or like them. He was certainly reading them. He was corresponding with his wife about them. They were being read at home. And one of the things that joins, say, Sally Rooney to this earlier writer is that the novels are engaged, committed, alive to the kind of the drum of political interest, as much as, or even more than, the kind of subtleties of literary fiction. And in fact, there is a sort of dictum of creative writing classes, I don't know if anyone has ever come across it, that novelists should show and not tell, which means, you should hint at and allude and not kind of spell everything out on the page. But in fact, one of the things that everyone's surprised at about Sally Rooney is she's always telling us and not showing us. She lays everything out, pages and pages, sentences and sentences. The political through lines are explained in great detail. One of the reasons she's doing that is she's breaking all the rules. And that idea of being kind of didactic or teachy or preachy is exactly what was said about the early 19th century women writers as well, that they told rather than showing. And she seems to kind of return us to that. So what can we do with those connections back to the 19th century, and what might they mean in the present? I'm often frustrated, and John kindly said when he introduced me that I'm a scholar of 18th and 19th century literature mostly, and that's what I teach in UCC, although I'm clearly very absorbed in reading contemporary literature as well. I'm often frustrated by a certain shallowness in our celebration of Irish literature. It feels to me like we hardly ever go back beyond Yeats or Joyce. We never go back to these great innovators, many of whom were women in the early 19th century. Their achievements are often forgotten. And like I said, it's sort of like our current crop of gifted writers, these early 19th centuries, women were often writing about sex and history together. And they're also finding new ways to lay out the kind of complex texture of the Irish worlds that they were living in, this bilingual world that they lived through in the early 19th century, on the kind of flat plane of the English language page. But as they did that, there were kind of lots of bumps and textures on the page, which makes the book so interesting. And I've mentioned her a few times now, but one of the things I want to suggest this morning is that Sally Rooney maybe kind of helps us out of my problem, or helps me out of my problem, or suggests a way forward out of this shallowness of the celebration of the contemporary. One of the reasons we all know her work so well is the luminous adaptation of Normal People that jumped out from our screens during the first COVID lockdown. Directed by Lenny Abramson, the series made a star of Paul Mescal and heightened the hold that Rooney's prose had already taken on a global audience. So there is a way that we can make kind of meaningful connections back to the 19th century. And I'm not sending everyone on an extensive trip to the library to read all these novels, even though, of course, I would love if you would do that as well. But I want to think a bit more in the time I have left this morning about the value of adaptations, about what it means to bring a book to the screen and what can be achieved that way. There's no shortage of material, and I'm sure many of us will remember the Irish RM adaptations in the 1980s. And we have so few things like that now that actually bring top quality 19th century Irish material written by a woman to our contemporary screens. I've been doing my own little bit towards this. I've done new editions of The Real Charlotte and the Irish RM recently, just a little plug if anyone feels like reading them in fresh editions. But we also have some Irish writers who themselves were already kind of masters of media and incredibly good at getting their stuff out there into the sphere of media and the culture. Sydney Owens and Lady Morgan, this is just two of many, many portraits of her. She was a great woman for sitting and having her portrait taking and fashioning herself in different ways. Was really, really good at this. She called her novel The Wild Irish Girl, which is a great title. Wouldn't that be a movie you'd watch? She called the novel, and she gave it the subtitle A National Tale. And that was actually a really successful branding exercise, A National Tale. Many people took that up afterwards and started to write national tales. She's also the first person to put the phrase Wild Atlantic into circulation. You know, she's incredible. And when she was so popular that when, as that century went on and there was new archaeological researches, when a bodkin was found near Banagher, it was described as an ancient bodkin worn by the native Irish ladies, alias the Glorvina ornament, see Lady Morgan's works. Because people had already, Dublin jewelers had begun to make brooches based on the brooches described in her novels. So it's a kind of back formation where something ancient found in the bog is now understood in terms of contemporary literature. So we have this kind of flash of media brilliance there already, ripe for adapting, I think. Of course, then we have like superb adaptations of Irish literature, no question. Just quickly, I'm picking up my particular own highlights. Roddy Doyle's The Snapper, Lenny Abramson's adaptation of What Richard Did, and On Colleen Kuhn. You know, remarkable works that bring books vividly to life, and there's no loss to the author or the text in the process of adaptation. I have this one here just because, you know, Cillian Murphy. But looking back to the 19th century, lots of the books I know well have really cinematic scenes. So Maria Edgeworth's The Absentee, for example, ends with bonfires burning, a woman playing the harp, the tenants assembling in a crowd. It's true that Maria Edgeworth is much more tricky than Jane Austen. She's more playful with genre. But tricksy is also what people like and watch now. Bridgerton is incredibly tricksy and playful in all kinds of ways. And its mixed-range marriage plots are also to be found in early 19th century literature, Edgeworth in particular. And recently, when I was teaching The Wild Irish Girl to some students in UCC, I was telling them a story about when Lady Morgan, who wrote The Wild Irish Girl, wrote it first. She was working as a governess in Dublin on Dominic Street. And she describes in her autobiography how she borrowed the cloak and the basket of the cook in the house and hid herself underneath it and left early one morning to go to a publisher with a manuscript of the novel to see if they would publish it. And as I told the story, 2 or 3 students sitting up the front went, and I said, what? And they said, Bridgerton, Lady Whistledown. So they recognized, so there's something, like I say, inherently cinematic there already. And if we love to hate watch movies like Wild Mountain Thyme, then we could also look at The Wild Irish Girl on the screen. Jamie Dornan would make a fantastic Horatio, who's the hero of that novel. And again, in The Wild Irish Girl, Lady Morgan was just so clever. One of the things she does is it's set in a castle in Connemara, but at the time, 1806, very, very few people, English language readers, had been to Connemara. But the Giant's Causeway was much better known. And she says, if you're wondering what this is like, imagine Dunluce Castle near the Giant's Causeway. And Dunluce Castle, of course, is a spectacular occasion, so spectacular that it's used in Game of Thrones as one of the houses. I've never actually seen Game of Thrones, but I'm reliably assured about this. And you get a teeny hint of what could happen in a recent movie like Poor Things. I don't know if anyone saw it, directed by Yorgos Lanthimos and produced by the Dublin-based Element Pictures, where there's many famous characters in a kind of strange world. So William Godwin, who of course influenced Daniel O'Connell, and Mary Shelley and her mother, Mary Wollstonecraft. And they all have kind of strange versions of themselves in this film. But there's also a character called Lady Blessington. And that is a reference to a less known early 19th century writer named Lady Blessington, who was born Marguerite Power in Clonmel, which is my own part of the world, sold into marriage by her soldier father in the barracks in Clonmel when she was 15 as Marguerite Power, and went on somehow to end up as Lady Blessington, strolling around Europe, having conversations with Lord Byron and publishing national tales. And she gets a look in this movie. So I'm ending basically with a plea to put a pause on the Jane Austen adaptations. We've had so many of them. Many of them are brilliant and they're very beloved to us in all kinds of ways. But there are so many of them and we have so much exploited, underread, underseen early 19th century Irish fiction, especially by women writers. And I feel sure that in this kind of powerhouse Kerry audience, as well as with the influencers who may be joining us online, that there will be people connected enough to make this happen. So thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Claire, for that very enlightening contribution. So we have about 10 minutes before the coffee break for anybody who would like to ask questions of any of our 3 guests. Are there any questions? Any advance? No, please. Could be a microphone, please, Mary. Yeah, okay. Up front.
Thank you, John.
Thanks very much for the wonderful talks. It's just perhaps a few comments on, could you give a few comments on what Nigel Farage and the Reform Party are likely to do with the Belfast Agreement, the Windsor framework going forward? He's leaving the European Court of Human Rights. So what's the implications here for the Windsor framework, etc.?
He's aware of the fact, he mentioned it during the week, that if they pull out of the treaty, the European treaty, that it will have an effect on the Belfast Agreement, but because it's part of the Belfast Agreement. I think we've seen in Britain over the last 10 years, you mentioned, Vincent, when you were talking about Brexit, that, and maybe in a way it's a result of the peace in Northern Ireland, but Ireland had faded a lot from the consciousness of a certain elite in Britain, so that when, during the Brexit debates, people in Ireland were trying to raise the implications for Ireland and for the relationship between the South and the North, it didn't figure a whit, not in the politics of Brexit in Britain done by politicians, and almost it didn't figure either among journalists, with the exception of Vincent, who did raise it regularly in the FT and had some effect. For example, the then Taoiseach Enda Kenny wanted to go to Britain and make a speech in Britain with Cameron about Brexit in the run-up to the referendum. And at the end of the day, Cameron got cold feet, because Cameron seemed, for some reason or other, to think that he was going to get it through anyway. So Ireland didn't figure. At that stage, I was in the Institute for International and European Affairs, and we published 2 or 3 books trying to indicate the adverse effect this was going to have on the relationship between Dublin and London, and most particularly on Northern Ireland and the relationships on this island. But it didn't matter. At the end of the day, I'm afraid, there is an element in Britain, and it's epitomised by Farage, who are really only concerned with England. It's English nationalism. That's what we're dealing with. And they don't give a damn about Ireland. And they really don't give a damn about Northern Ireland either. Sorry.
Thanks. Thank you very much indeed. Now, would anybody else like to ask a question?
Yeah. Thanks very much. I direct my remarks mostly towards Daithí Ó Calaigh. We, as a family, lived in England in the early 80s, and it was a difficult time, I think, for all Irish people, and gave us a new perspective of the troubles at the time. And I think sitting here 40 years later, we've all got to be so grateful to the often unsung heroes like Daithí, who worked behind the scenes for what looked like an insoluble process at that time. I'd be very interested, Daithí, when you mentioned 1982 to 85, and you obviously had extensive personal discussions with people involved in Northern Ireland. Were the men of violence on the Republican side included in those discussions, like before the Humes-Adams discussions? And also, were the people on the Unionist side? Because I got the impression we were talking about mostly an East-West relationship rather than perhaps North-South. I'd be interested in your views.
We were under very strict instructions not to talk to anybody who was involved in paramilitary activities. So we did not talk to members of the IRA. We did not talk to Sinn Féin. We did not talk to loyalist paramilitaries. But we did talk to people who knew them. I, for example, spent a lot of time talking to people like Dennis Fall, Raymond Murray, Paddy McRory, who was Adam's solicitor. But to the actual people who were paramilitaries, we were under strict instructions not to talk to them. And I think that was valid right across the political board. After the agreement, there was an element, and Adams talked about this later on, where the Republican movement almost stopped. They thought about ending their campaign, but they decided not to, and in the period after the agreement, they actually upped the campaign in Northern Ireland. As regards to the unionists, yes, we talked right across the board to the unionists. You'd be surprised that we were talking to members of the DUP. And we talked to a lot of Ulster unionists. An Irish diplomat helped Kerry. I've forgotten his name now. He was Harry McCusker's coffin. And Harry McCusker's son attended the funeral of that Irish diplomat. I think you probably know who I'm talking about, Jerry. I don't want to say the name here. So there was a lot of contact, yes, with the unionists. I personally used to meet Robin Eames, who was the Archbishop of the Protestant Church of Ireland, Archbishop of Armagh. I used to meet him every 2-3 months. I met regularly with Frankie Miller, who afterwards became an Irish Times journalist, but was then the Secretary General of the Ulster Unionist Party. So we were meeting with everybody except people who were involved in violence.
Thank you.
Now, would anybody else like to ask a question? Please.
First of all, can I thank all the speakers for a fantastic session we've just had, and just to add the thanks to those of you, including yourself, John, and other politicians who've put their own lives at risk, and are the civil public servants to give us the freedom that we have today. I suppose I'm looking to the future, and if I look in my university or in any other part of this community, even the young people for the future, they're looking to see what the world looks like for them. I get the sense today that our young people are much more globally orientated. And I suppose my question is, what does that mean for all of this, for the future right now? Because they are certainly articulating their horror, their shock of what's happening in Gaza, it's happening in Ukraine and other parts of the world. And, you know, those voices are being heard loudly. We hear them, but I'm not sure the world is hearing them. So that question for me is how that dynamic of the future generations, and maybe Dahi, I don't know if you can shed any I'm sorry for bringing you back up again, or maybe even Claire. I mean, the sense with literature can help us to engage in some of these complex issues. We certainly see that arts and culture are really a very good place for us to have these difficult conversations sometimes, and particularly our younger people are really open to doing that. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, one of the advantages of, if you're someone who wants to be a writer in Ireland, there may be writers among us, or I'm sure there are, in fact, is that you have the kind of the depth and richness of the tradition that's available and the patterns that have been laid down. And they're not always positive things. They're sometimes threaded through with experience of paralysis and stasis, hunger, mass migration, and so on. That works its way into the texture. So then there is a kind of an open texture there that can be mined in new directions. But it's also true, I think, that a lot of the newer Irish writers now are choosing to write in languages other than English, languages of the countries they have come from, or are wanting to kind of more emphatically kind of reflect upon the kind of the particular kinds of precarity that they're experiencing now. I mean, it used to be when we talked about people being precarious that we meant you were sort of at a cliff edge, you know, you were tipped someplace and you might fall off. Now we mean you're stuck. And I think that experience of stuckness is very powerful and something for us all to think about. Yeah.
What I was talking about happened 40 years ago. So there's nobody under 60 who remembers it. And the Good Friday Agreement now is, what, 20, 25, 26 years old. So there's nobody under 40 who remembers it. I think the country has moved on. I notice with my own children and with my grandchildren, they're not consumed with this issue that people like Jerry Collins and John O'Donoghue were consumed with and spent so much time working on over their lifetimes. We've moved on, and I mean, Ireland has been transformed, and the current generation, the younger ones, are so different to the generation that I had to deal with. So I think we've a great future ahead of us. Thanks.
Thank you, Dahi. Thank you. I'll take one more. No, over and out. Yep. The boss has spoken. So can I again sincerely thank our contributors. I think they were absolutely excellent. And can I thank you all very, very much indeed for your attentiveness throughout the morning. And we're now going to adjourn for a coffee break, and we'll return at 11:50 a.m. for the presentation of the Daniel O'Connell Prize.
Again, I'm sorry to cut short all the interesting. I'm sorry to cut short all the interesting conversations you're having, but we're tied into a time slot, as I mentioned earlier on with CNN. So we come now to this part of our program, which is the Daniel O'Connell Award, which, as I mentioned in my remarks this morning, is not offered every year, but this year it is being offered, as I said, and awarded to Donny O'Sullivan. And just to give you an idea of what we're going to do just before I pass over to our AV people here, is that I'm going to read a citation. After that, on behalf of our committee, after that, we'll make the presentation to Donny's parents. And then he will have, we are going to broadcast a pre-recorded message from Donny himself, who's in South Africa at the moment filming. So that's what's going to happen when we're ready to get the signal to do it. Yeah? Okay. So on behalf of the committee of the Daniel O'Connell School, I am pleased and honoured to announce that the recipient of the Daniel O'Connell Humanitarian Award for 2025 is Donny O'Sullivan of the East End, Cahersiveen. CNN New York, and wherever he happens to be on assignment at any given time. It could be in any part of the globe. The award, as I mentioned this morning, was inaugurated in 2019 to recognise those whose life and times reflect the ideals and the idealism of Daniel O'Connell. Now, as many of you know, Donny reports on the politics of the United States, but perhaps he is best known for providing a unique and compelling insight into the views and opinions of those who drive the MAGA movement, a group which has been, I think, somewhat disregarded often and on occasion somewhat caricatured. I mean, who can forget how in 2021, Donny braved the steps of Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C., armed, as he said himself, with nothing more than his South Kerry accent and a CNN microphone to bring not just a news report, but also a very close analysis of what was happening at that particularly challenging and strange time in American history. Donny, as you know, was educated here in Cahersiveen and later attended UCD and Queen's University Belfast. He later joined Storyful, which, as some of you may know, verifies news content and sources. This led him to develop his skills as an analyst of social media and how they affect our lives, particularly in politics. Since 2016, when Donny joined CNN, and later since 2024 as a senior correspondent, Donny has worked closely with a number of senior reporters and anchors at CNN, most notably with Anderson Cooper and John King. And it was in recognition of a particular three-part collaboration with Anderson King called Misinformation, which was broadcast as part of the coverage of the US elections, that only a few weeks ago, he and his team were awarded an Emmy in recognition of his professional standing. Now, as many of you know, the Emmy is the highest honor which a journalist can get in the fiercely competitive world of American journalism. And it is an honor for me to record that it all started here in Cahersiveen. As my old Latin teacher, Mr. Hurley, who I'm sure some of you remember, used to say, ad multos annos, may he have many years of a fruitful career ahead of him. I'm sure he will. Now, as they say in all the best places, including the Oscars, and I won't try and fake an American accent, Donny can't be here today because he's filming. In this case, he's filming. I told you I had a rotten American accent. But in any event, he can't be here because he's filming in South Africa on assignment with his team. But I'm very pleased and honoured to invite his parents, Donny and Noreen, to accept the award on Donny's behalf, after which we will play a pre-recorded message from Donny himself. So let us start. Christy. We take one. Now, I know there are a number of people here who went to school with Donny and who admire Donny. So we'll have time for more photographs, maybe as we move towards lunchtime. We're not going to do them now because if we did, we'd be here all day and we'd just start the program. So at this point, I will call on Mary again, maybe we're going to do the pre-recorded. Oh, there he is. There you are. Away with us, as they say. Did we give you the thumbs up or wave to you or whatever? Very good. Okay, off you go then. Thank you.
From Johannesburg in South Africa, here filming a documentary at the moment, so very sorry I can't be there. Very glad that Mom and Dad are there to pick up the award on my behalf. I'm looking forward to coming home soon to celebrate. Look, this is genuinely the greatest honor that I could ask for, to be recognized in Cahersiveen. And especially under Daniel O'Connell's name. I actually, over the past few years, have been studying O'Connell quite a bit. His inspiration for Frederick Douglass in the United States. And obviously, you know, we're standing here in South Africa where O'Connell's message of equality and justice, resonates, I guess, stronger than ever before. I do have another clip I want to play for you, as well as this clip. And this was a couple of years ago. I was in Rome, where O'Connell's heart was sent after he died. And it's in the Irish College in Rome. And I thought I would pay a visit, not actually understanding that the Irish College isn't open to the public. So here's how we got in and who I said I was coming to visit.
Hello. Hello. We're here to see the Daniel O'Connell art. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Wow.
And so there the gates opened for Daniel O'Connell's heart. Hope everybody enjoys the Daniel O'Connell Summer School this year, and hope to see you all very soon. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Tony. Well, that is the end of that segment. We had hoped to have a live interview with him, but it just wasn't possible. So we will end this segment now. And at this point, I call Bridget Latham, who is chairing the next session, perhaps, and we can recommence the program. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you, John. Will you bend it down?
I can see it's
Yeah, that's As I say, we'll be taking more photographs towards lunch after this session. So at this point, can I introduce Professor Bridget Laffan, who will chair the next session. Bridget, again, needs no introduction. The most pertinent thing I could say is that she's from Cahersiveen, from New Street. And of course, she's Chancellor of the University of Limerick, a very distinguished political scientist in her time, still active, still writing, and still active, and still researching and still lecturing, but always, again, as I said in my remarks this morning, always available to support the Daniel O'Connell School. And when I invited her to chair the session, I know she did it at some personal inconvenience. She said there was no problem, I'll be there. So again, I'll introduce Bridget, who will introduce the panel of speakers now. Thank you very much. Bridget.
Thank you, Marishan. It's always a great pleasure to be in Cahersiveen and home. And can I begin by adding my personal congratulations to Donny. We are so proud of him in Cahersiveen and his amazing contribution. But I should also say we're very proud of him in University College Dublin, where he was an excellent student of politics back in the day, and he honed his knowledge of politics way back then, and then went on to Queen's. If I'm correct, he got one of the John White scholarships to study in Queen's. So the warmest of congratulations to Donny and his parents this morning. So we move on now to the next session, and I wonder, could I ask since we have chairs here, could I ask our two speakers, please, to join me for this session, Daniel O'Connell, Lives and Legacies. And the plural lives and legacies is obviously well intended, because there were many O'Connells. There was the O'Connell, the man of Ivra, who liked nothing better than to hunt in the hills in Derrynane, the marvellous advocate, lawyer, breaker of constitutional norms, the agitator, organizer, mobilizer, and all of the other features of this very complex man. And I can think of no better. We have two wonderful speakers to take us through Daniel O'Connell Lives and Legacies. And we'll begin with Professor Patrick Geoghegan, Professor of History at Trinity College Dublin, works on British-Irish relations in the late 18th and 19th century. He is very well known publicly because of that marvelous podcast, Talking History. And Ireland is a society that's historically very literate, and it's wonderful to have podcasts on recent scholarship on history. Patrick is a prolific author of many, many books, but for the purposes of today's session, his 2-volume biography of O'Connell, King Dan and the Liberator are obviously key. And he is also now director of the Long Room Hub, that marvelous centre for research on the humanities and social sciences in Trinity. And he hosted and led the conference on Daniel O'Connell at the end of July, which was again a marvelous event that began to reacquaint the broader Irish public with the legacy and life of Daniel O'Connell. So you're very welcome to South Kerry, to Cahersiveen, and we look forward very much to hearing.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. And I'm afraid I have to begin with an apology and an explanation. And it's hugely embarrassing for me to have to start with the apology, because my boss, the provost, is here. We also have Professor Laffan, who was one of my lecturers in UCD and was absolutely brilliant on European politics. We have Professor Brick, also one of my lecturers, who has done such brilliant work with this Daniel O'Connell Summer School and helping to contribute to that rebirth of O'Connell that the provost spoke about, and then so many wonderful people in the audience. And I think to point out again Dermot McCarthy, because he championed O'Connell during many of those years when he wasn't fashionable and he wasn't popular. And I think that deserves to be remembered. And of course, in front of so many members of the wonderful O'Connell family. And it's been so incredible to have their contribution to it. But the apology is that in the run-up to my conference, I did a short video piece for Trinity's social media. And I spoke about O'Connell, the great liberator, the great champion of civil rights, the great inspiration for so many around the world, and for all he had achieved for Irish people and raising a people that were on their knees. But I did not mention the words Catholic emancipation. And I should have, because it unleashed something of a firestorm. Now, I had left out Catholic emancipation deliberately for reasons that I will explain, but unfortunately, that created a problem. The respected businessman, Declan Ganley, who our chair will be familiar with from the Lisbon referendum campaign and other such events, he took to social media to denounce this omission and say that our elite institutions have some sort of psychosis, and then helpfully added, and I'm a big fan of Trinity. So I feel in some ways I have to try and explain that psychosis. I also received some interesting correspondence by email. I was accused of a nefarious cover-up to suit the woke political agenda of the modern day, which is a terrible thing to be involved with, and that too many of our establishment media and academic leaders kowtow to globalist ideologies that have left us subjugated, which is interesting. And that person revealed that he had won an essay competition on Daniel O'Connell when he was 12 years old. However, despite winning that essay competition aged 12, even in the polite email exchange that we had, he didn't quite understand what Catholic emancipation meant, or indeed what was the plight and circumstance of an Irish Catholic in 1775 when O'Connell was born, in 1793 when a Major Relief Act was brought in, or what changed in 1829. And I think there are three reasons why I think O'Connell needed a rebirth, why O'Connell became unfashionable. And one of them is that branding of Catholic emancipation, because people don't really understand it. And as Ireland became more secular, O'Connell then became associated with all those negative parts of the connection and blamed for things and parts of the direction the Irish state took after independence that he had nothing to do with. In 1775, when O'Connell was born 250 years ago, Catholics weren't able to be educated. He had to go to the continent. Catholics weren't able to vote. Catholics weren't able to become lawyers. So many of the professions were closed off to him. You know, around Kerry, sometimes young Daniel was known in later years as Father Dan, because there was a belief that he was destined for the priesthood. He was sent to the continent, educated there. And then in 1793, things changed. The professions were opened. He was able to train to become a barrister in England and in Ireland. Catholics got the right to vote, though on a very limited franchise. But still, there was that great demand for emancipation. And what emancipation really meant was something far beyond the right of Catholics to enter the British House of Commons, the rights of Catholics to become king's councils and judges, the right to have so many of these higher offices open to them. Catholic emancipation meant freedom. Catholic emancipation meant that an Irish Catholic could go down the street and feel that they were no longer inferior in their own country. Catholic emancipation was raising a people from their knees, which was how Eamon de Valera described it when, as President of Ireland, he reopened Derrynane. And I think that was lost. And a great exposition of the three reasons why O'Connell became unpopular were set out in An Phoblacht in 2019. And it was inspired by the two-part Olivia O'Leary documentary, that superb program that Olivia was involved with. And in August this year, for the occasion of the 250th anniversary of the birth of O'Connell, An Phoblacht helpfully decided to republish that article. And it was written by a very distinguished Sinn Féin politician, an elected councillor, and a former Lord Mayor of Dublin, which was, of course, one of O'Connell's offices in the 1840s after emancipation. But he did set out the 3 reasons why he had no time and Sinn Féin had no time for O'Connell, under the headline of O'Connell was no liberator. And one of them was the Irish language. And O'Connell is often attacked and accused and blamed for Ireland's, the decline of the use of the Irish language, for essentially a comment he made about how, although he loved the Irish language, he saw that English was going to be the language of the future, and that much as he regretted it, he saw that that was the way things were going. But O'Connell loved the language. In his later years, he regretted not changing his surname to O'Connell after emancipation. He was someone who was fluent in Irish. It was his native tongue. He was able to conduct court cases in Irish. Once at a Monster meeting when there were government agents there and he didn't want them to hear what he was going to say, he delivered the speech in Irish. O'Connell was someone who had that huge love of the Irish language. And as we were reminded, someone who died in 1847 and did not live to become Minister for Education in any Irish government and had no say over Irish policy. Daniel O'Connell also said very many things about not resorting to violence, but they were all ignored in 1916 and afterwards. But somehow the comment he made about the Irish language is seen as some sacred text that defined how Ireland approached the language for the next 150 years. And the great champion of the Irish language in Irish nationalism is Thomas Davis, who couldn't speak a word of Irish, but who claimed that we needed our language because it would be a greater barrier than a sea dividing us with Britain. And the Young Irelanders become the champions then of Irish nationalism, even though when you look at the Young Ireland movement, the best of them were naive and foolish, and the worst of them were racist and reactionary. The second reason why O'Connell fell into decline was because he cancelled the Monster meeting at Clontarf. And some people, even now, will never accept that and never forgive him for that. If O'Connell had gone ahead with that Monster meeting in Clontarf, he would have sent the people with him at the front into a massacre. The country probably would have gone into rebellion, and it would have been crushed mercilessly, and hundreds of thousands would have been killed. They had no weapons, they had no campaign, it would have been no 1916. But some people, even today, would quite happily prefer to send innocent people into a massacre than to have the courage to do what Daniel O'Connell did and to cancel that meeting. I believe that the cancelling of Clontarf was the most courageous decision that Daniel O'Connell ever took. And it does not require any explanation or defence. It was true to his principles, it was true to his beliefs, and it was also protecting the Irish people from being massacred. And it was a profoundly patriotic gesture. And then the third reason is because of all of that confusion over Catholic emancipation and what it means. And that confusion has distanced a younger generation from O'Connell. And the provost spoke so well about, the rebirth of O'Connell. And he probably didn't need a rebirth everywhere, because his reputation, as we heard from Tony, is very high outside of Ireland. In the United States, he's remembered as the champion of freedom. At our conference in July, we had Alexandra Matvichuk, a Ukrainian human rights activist and Nobel Peace Prize laureate, who spoke about how O'Connell's cause was also their cause. O'Connell's reputation in the continent, very high. O'Connell's reputation in South Africa, O'Connell in India, O'Connell the champion of freedom. It's perhaps a 25 county thing, because O'Connell's reputation has never needed a rebirth here in Kerry. And funnily enough, O'Connell's reputation in Northern Ireland is high. O'Connell is a major part of the A-level history curriculum and is taught in Protestant schools, in Catholic schools, in mixed schools. And I've done classes there, and there is none of the uncertainty or hesitancy that in the 25 counties people have had about O'Connell. In schools in England, I've talked to, where they quite happily engage with his campaigns for emancipation and for appeal. But here we're filled with self-doubt, and we're consumed by our own insecurity when it comes to the past. And we make O'Connell the target of some of that. And I think that says more about some of our own issues than it does about O'Connell. Because what Catholic emancipation did was that Catholic emancipation, yes, the Unpublished article is right. In real terms, it only benefited a small number of people. Most people knew that no one in their family would ever become a judge, would never become a member of parliament. But yet they still celebrated that achievement. When O'Connell was elected in County Clare in 1828, the news spread all across the island because it was telegraphed by the lighting of bonfires. O'Connell was put in a chair in Ennis and they carried him to Limerick. Huge crowds cheered the great achievement because freedom means something. That being equal in your own country means something. And the fact that O'Connell had been able to achieve it without resorting to violence made it an even greater and even more remarkable achievement. So I have no issue with the term Catholic emancipation, but I think most people don't understand it and don't know what it means. But it was more than that. It was the great achievement of civil rights. It was the great thing that equalized Irish society. And Eamon de Valera, I think, captured that so well at Derrynan when he said that he and his generation had hated O'Connell, but they were wrong because they would never have been able to achieve Irish freedom if O'Connell hadn't raised the Irish people from their knees in the 19th century. And that brings us to the question then about why do we have this great rebirth of O'Connell this year? And I think there's a number of reasons. I think the government and the Department of Culture and the Taoiseach especially deserve a huge amount of praise. The Taoiseach has almost made Daniel O'Connell his personal project. He spoke at our conference, he spoke at the state event, he's speaking here tomorrow, he's speaking in London next month. There may be other engagements that he's involved with. And I think to have the government show that significance, I think the stamp controversy helped because it got to the front page of the Irish Times and it was amusing. I think the work of the summer school and the various conferences and events, I think have helped. But I also think it's because O'Connell's time is now. I was talking to Ruth Barrington earlier and talking about how, all of these issues, the rule of law, democracy, freedom of speech, all the things that are under attack and under threat around the world, these were the things that O'Connell championed. So there has never been a better time to talk about O'Connell and to remember what he was fighting for and how he went about it and what he achieved. And that's why I think we have an incredible series of events coming up over the next 5 years. The bicentenary of him winning his seat in Clare, the bicentenary of Catholic emancipation passing, the bicentenary of him finally being able to take his seat in 1830. In Trinity, we're working on, funded by the Department of Culture, school educational packs that are being developed by Dr. Caitlin White. And they will go to every single school on the island, digital educational packs with videos and text and documents and images to engage our students with the story of who O'Connell was and what he achieved, why it's relevant today, and how this person in the 19th century has been celebrated outside of our country and had such a major presence on the world stage. So that when President Barack Obama visited Ireland in 2011 and spoke outside of Trinity in a televised address, he only referenced one historical figure, and that was Daniel O'Connell, because of that relationship and friendship with Frederick Douglass. So for me, this is only the beginning, because I think there is a lot more to come over the next 5 years and in the years ahead, as we make sure that this rebirth of Daniel O'Connell is sustained and is reaching everyone, and that it means something. Because he was our liberator, and the ideals that he devoted his life to are as important and maybe even more important now than they ever were. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. And I think we should hold on to that sentence. This is the time of O'Connell. So let's think about this. This is the time of O'Connell. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome our second speaker this afternoon, Professor Mary O'Dowd, Professor Emeritus of Queen's University Belfast. Professor O'Dowd is a historian of gender and social history of early modern Ireland. She was founding member of the Women's History Association of Ireland that brought women back into Irish history and also positioned them in relation to research on women more generally internationally. And that's an enormous contribution, because women were the forgotten ones in many historical texts. Her books, she has a prolific author. Her book on history of women in Ireland, 1500 to 1800, published in 2016, and then more recently, her Cambridge University Press volume on marriage in Ireland, 1660 to 1925. In other words, the longue durée of marriage. We look forward very much to your talk, because that Ireland you're interested in is the Ireland Daniel O'Connell was born into. Thank you very much, and a great welcome.
So thank you very much. And I hope in all the celebrations over the next 5 years that the women in Daniel O'Connell's life, but also his attitudes to women, will not be forgotten or overlooked. Because I want to talk today. I should say, first of all, I'm very pleased to be here. I was here before, I think it was about 7 years ago now. And it's a really good pleasure, a great pleasure to be back. And thank you for asking me back again. So when I last spoke, I looked at the way in which women participated in O'Connellite politics in the campaigns of Catholic emancipation and the repeal of the Act of Union. So this time, Maurice suggested that I talk about the wider context of how women engaged with the public and political worlds during O'Connell's lifetime. So starting from the 1770s when he was born through to the 1840s when he died, and then to look at how this engagement of women in politics and public life changed when women became active in O'Connell's political campaigns. So in other words, what difference did women's participation in O'Connellite politics make to the recognition of women as political actors. So I want to begin, if I can get this button right, with this building, which was built over 40 years before O'Connell was born. It's the Irish Parliament building. That it was a new building which was opened in October 1731 in what then became known as College Green, opposite the front gate of Trinity College. And as most people probably know, it's the building that was bought by the Bank of Ireland after the abolition of the Irish Parliament. Okay, so the image as the building looks now is a little different than the building as it exists today, primarily because in the late 18th century, as Patrick was mentioning, there were changes in the status of Irish Catholics, but also in the status of the Irish Parliament, and extensions were put on to accommodate what they saw as the extra business that would come through that independence. And the large dome at the centre of the building was sadly burnt in a fire in the 1790s. And when they rebuilt the chamber, I should say, it was a dome over the House of Commons chamber. So when they rebuilt the chamber, they didn't rebuild the dome. So it's nonetheless a splendid building, particularly in the context of 1731, and it was clearly intended to make a statement about the independence of the Irish Parliament, despite its limited control of its own legislation. And this second image will just give you an idea of how it fitted into the street landscape. This isn't quite an accurate image, according to Eddie McParland, the expert on historical architecture, but it does give you an idea of where Trinity is on the right, and then the size of the parliamentary building that was built in 1731. So what I'm interested in is how this building was open to women from the beginning. So this is a very well-known painting of the inside of the House of Commons during a debate in 1780. It's a debate of the volunteers, and you can see at the bottom Henry Grattan in his red uniform, and just above him, and I'll talk about this later, there's a woman in a volunteer's uniform. But the most important thing I wanted to point out is the gallery. There was a public gallery that went around this whole octet shaped chamber, and as you can see, there are quite a lot of women in the gallery. And we know from other accounts that the first row of the gallery was reserved for women of an elite upper class, no doubt, but nevertheless, an impressive number of women present at this debate in 1780. And you may say, so what? There's women just sitting in the gallery. But it's worth noting that women were barred or banned from attending debates in the UK Parliament at Westminster in 1778, 2 years before this the debate depicted here took place. So the Parliament building in Ireland from the very beginning was more open to the presence of women than was the case at Westminster. And once the new building was opened, attending parliamentary debates became a popular event among women as well as among men. So when this woman, Mary Delaney, visited the Parliament in November 1731, which is just a month after it was opened, she was very enthusiastic about the reception they got. So she says, we put on our genteel disable to the Parliament House at 11 to hear an election determined. I was very well entertained. Mr. Hamilton, an MP, brought us up chickens, ham and tongue and everything we could desire, presumably eating it in the gallery. At 4 o'clock, the Speaker adjourned the House till 5. We then were conveyed into the Usher of Black Rod's room, where he had a good fire and meat, tea, and bread and butter. When the house was assembled, we resumed our seats and stayed till 8. Loath was I to go away then. And in fact, Mary Delaney returned several times to the House of Commons during her stay. She was so enthused about the debates she heard. It's also important to note that women in the galleries were not just spectators. The Irish parliamentary world was very small, very incestuous, and confined mainly to wealthy members of the Church of Ireland. And it was such a small world that these elite women were probably looking down on their male relatives, their brothers, cousins, husbands, sons, and so on. It's also worth noting that some of the women in this gallery were probably widows who had taken control, not just of the landed estate of their family while their son was a minor, that is under the age of 21, but linked to the estate they took over would have been control of the local constituency. Other women we know, for various family reasons, maintained control over the parliamentary constituency and knew a great deal about the politics of their local areas. So attending Parliament is not just a social event, but some of the women had a clear family interest in keeping an eye on the man that they would have perceived as their MP. Okay, the second way in which women participated in the political world during this period of O'Connell's life was through their involvement in philanthropic or charity work. Because a central aim of 18th century Irish patriotism was to improve the Irish economy and to try and eliminate chronic poverty that prevailed in most parts of the country. And so philanthropic or charitable projects that aimed to do that, to eliminate Irish poverty, was imbued with the patriotic spirit because they were improving the island of Ireland. And for example, there was support for the purchase of Irish manufactured goods, particularly textiles, which would help the workers in the Irish cloth industry. And women consumers were central to this campaign to buy Irish. Wealthy women who purchased high-end fashion from London or Paris were encouraged to demonstrate their patriotism and their support for the Irish poor through the wearing of Irish-made dress. So there's this fusion of charity with patriotic spirit. And the image there is from the Irish Silk Warehouse. It's an invoice of a woman called Lady Moira, another very active political woman in her time, who bought some items in the Irish Silk Warehouse. And hopefully you can just see that it's the image is of a woman presumably dressed in her Irish fashion, sitting at a harp. And she was the sort of symbol or emblem of the Irish patriotic woman. And interestingly, Claire was talking earlier about Sidney Onson, and she herself portrayed herself as this Irish patriotic woman and had a painting taken of herself, not the ones that Claire showed, but that she had a painting of herself in this Irish gown sitting on a harp, very similar to this image. Women were also very active in the volunteer movement in other ways. I mentioned the woman sitting in the Parliament in her volunteer uniform, and this is another image on the left of another woman sitting on a horse going to a review of the volunteers dressed in her volunteer uniform. And the woman in the carriage, who's, I should say, this woman is Lady Aldborough from Beelan House that you can just see in the background. And in County Offaly, the house is no longer there. But in the carriage is her mother-in-law, Countess Dowager Aldborough, and she's apparently dressed, according to military historians, in a general's uniform to indicate her seniority. And over to the left, I haven't left him out deliberately. I just wanted to zoom in on the image of the women, but over to the left was the equivalent of her husband, of the young woman's husband on a horse. So it was framing the picture of this family unit all on their way to a review of the volunteers. And as you can see on the right, there were women of a lower social class who also cheered the reviews of the volunteers from windows. A lot of these women are wearing ribbons in their hair to demonstrate their support for the volunteer movement. Another aspect of the volunteer movement was that in America, the volunteers were founded, as many of you probably know, to guard Ireland during the American War. But it did quickly expand into a wider legal battle to gain greater legislative independence for the Irish Parliament. And one of the things that they did in America, the women, was to take part in a boycott of British goods to demonstrate the colony's unhappiness with British control. And women responded to these calls individually and collectively. And a group of women formed a non-importation association linked to the Irish Silk Warehouse that I mentioned earlier. And in the Silk Warehouse, they left a ladies' agreement, which was signed, they said, by a great number of respectable women. So again, they're demonstrating in public their support for this volunteer movement. Chronologically, I'm going to jump over the 1798 rebellion, not just in the interest of time, but also because the United Irishmen were not that interested in having women involved in a public role, and they didn't continue on this encouragement of women in the same way as the volunteers did. But if anybody wants to ask me about that later, please do. Women's involvement in charity or philanthropic projects continued into the 19th century. And despite the closing of the Irish Parliament, there's an incremental increase in the number of charities, educational institutions, new Catholic orders, anti-slavery associations that were formed during this period, and many of them involving women. Women got involved both organizing these things, but also got experience in raising funds and in forming all-women committees, which was becoming to be a new thing that had started during the volunteer movement and does increase incrementally during this time. So what happens then when we look at women's engagement with O'Connell's political campaigns? And the first thing to note is that, continuing on from their public role, women were involved in the Catholic emancipation from the very beginning. Newspaper reports note their attendance at meetings in churches, and nearly all the reports of these meetings note that women usually sat in the gallery, as they had done in the House of Commons. And when the plans for the building of a purpose-built meeting place in Dublin was being made by the Catholic Association, the inclusion of a gallery for the ladies was included in the overall plan of the architect's plan. And this is a sketch of that gallery, where one reporter said there were women without end in the gallery. This is from the repeal movement. One of the things I like about this image, actually, you can just see down in the bottom, is there are actually 3 children there. And it's sometimes forgotten. There was a juvenile club attached to the Catholic Association, and it was very much part of O'Connell's intention to have men, women, and children involved in this campaign, and that he had the moral support of the whole population of Ireland, from the old to the young. In addition to being spectators at these meetings, The women were also very involved in collecting the Catholic rent, which was the ingenious device, as I'm sure all of you know, of the association to involve as many people as possible. And there was no gender restriction on the collection of the rent. Men and women could do it. And we have in the papers of the Catholic Association in the Dublin Diocesan Library, there's the list of the people who donated to a collector from Waterford. And as you can see, a washerwoman, a mantua maker, which was the garment under women's skirts, a meat woman and 3 servants, all very much from a lower working class status. And 2 shillings would have been, in new money, as they say, 24 pence. So 1 shilling was 12 pence. So these women weren't just putting in the penny rent that was required, but submitting a certain sum of money from their fairly low wages. And women factory workers are also listed in newspapers, putting forward their money as a group. Patrick was talking about, emancipation was giving people freedom, lifting them up. I would have some doubts that factory workers and some of these people at the lower end were raised up by it, but they did believe in the word emancipation. And there's one argument which might disagree with Patrick, that this was a sales pitch on the part of O'Connell to get all of these people involved. And emancipation obviously had the connotations of slave emancipation as well as the Irish people's emancipation. Okay, so women were also involved, as in the past, in O'Connell's promotion of Irish industry and campaigns to buy Irish. And he himself, as many of you probably know, had himself painted in Irish-made garments and gave speeches that women looked more beautiful when they dressed in Irish-made clothes. There's a fair amount of plumossing in in O'Connell's speeches about women. So the ways and methods by which women participated in the Catholic Association were very similar to what women had been doing in the public place before the association was established. The big difference, of course, was now that women from a much lower social class were also involved. But despite the important contribution that women made to the Catholic Association, O'Connell was very reluctant to admit women to formally become members. Because he said women could be subscribers, they could donate their money, but they couldn't become members. The Catholic Association, he said, consisted of males only. During the 1830s, after Catholic emancipation, O'Connell was persuaded to change his mind, partly because his repeal campaign took a while to get off the ground. It didn't have the same momentum as the Catholic Emancipation campaign it had. So in 1833, he founded this society called the Precursor Society, not quite the same catchy title as Catholic Emancipation, but it was intended to indicate the repeal was on its way. The society was slow to take off, and it's probably for this reason that O'Connell sanctioned the admission of women as members of the Precursor Society. And he spoke with enthusiasm of the ability of the women to persuade their male relatives to join his association. So there was a utilitarian aim behind this admission of women. But newspaper reports do describe the enthusiasm of women securing their membership card of the society. It was possibly the first membership card that many of these women ever held. So although not remembered, the Precursor Society is the first political group, I think, in Irish history to admit women as full members. And when the Repeal Association was founded, women were from the beginning permitted to become members. And they were allowed to sit I think this is a meeting room. It's not the same image as before. So it says it's in the main chamber, but I don't think it is. But I've put a red mark around where the women are. They were allowed to go free into the gallery. But if they wanted to sit in what were called reserved seats for women or ladies, they had to raise £1 in donations. So some of the women, I think the reserved seats were probably around the table where you can just see, I think, O'Connell standing. So my guess is that they were the reserved seats. So there was some progress that the women were coming down out of the gallery and into the main chamber. Another interesting development, I think, during the repeal campaign was that women formed all female groups around the country, as they had done before in charity associations, but they now began to draw up statements outlining their political views. And when they sent their donations into the repeal headquarters, they also sent these statements about their politics. And these were often read out at the repeal meetings, and they were also published in the newspapers. So it was an advance, if you like, of the political statements of women being now published in newspapers. However, despite these changes, O'Connell himself was still reluctant to admit women in a full capacity into the Repeal Association meetings, because he said it was December 1840, it was a breach of rules to address women from the platform. Although we are most happy in being cheered and honoured by their presence amongst us, they are not considered to be present, whatever that means. And these are women who, spent the last few months raising quite a lot of money for the Repeal Association. So this statement came less than 6 months after O'Connell had supported the right of the women delegates to attend the World Anti-Slavery Convention in London, and he defended their rights to sit on the platform. And in his list of reasons for doing so, O'Connell emphasised the contribution that women had made to the anti-slavery movement, particularly in North America. It was a cause, he said, that relied entirely on reason and persuasion common to both sexes, but it also relied on the emotions of benevolence and charity, which are more lovely and permanent amongst women than among men. So he was making a difference between the women's involvement in anti-slavery, that they were particularly suited for it. And he said as much in an earlier debate in the House of Commons, where he said, if ever the women had a right to interfere, it was in the anti-slavery movement. So support for women involved in the anti-slavery associations did not necessarily translate for O'Connell into support for widening women's political power and political activities. In 1796, when Daniel O'Connell had just read Mary Wollstonecraft's text, Vindication for the Rights of Women, which is sometimes seen as a sort of foundation text for feminism, he was quite pleased with it or impressed by it, and he concurred, the mind has no sex. But he had said he had not yet decided what portion of power in the government of the world ought to be entrusted to the female sex. And I would say 44 years later, he still hadn't decided whether women should be there or not. Okay, so I'll finish there. Thank you very much.
I think, thank you very much, Mary, for a wonderful talk. And I think that very last sentence reminds us that this may be the time of O'Connell, but not just. There are aspects of that O'Connell and that time that we certainly don't want to return to. So now we have because we pride ourselves on our efficiency in South Kerry, we're actually ahead of time. So we have somewhere I didn't need the bell. So we have time for some questions if anyone would like to ask questions, please.
Neil Fenton from Cahersiveen. I'd like to thank the panel for some excellent speeches, but would particularly like to reference the tour de force from Patrick Kagan. And I would like to ask that you mentioned the Munster meeting in 1844 in Clontarf that was cancelled and you said would have led to a massacre. Could you go into a little bit more detail as to what the reaction of the state was going to be and how it would have led to that?
No, very good, and thank you. So gunboats and the army had been mobilised and had orders to open fire. I think if O'Connell had decided to go ahead, he would have gone there himself. So he would have gone there with maybe a few hundred or 1,000 or whatever. O'Connell always said that he would quite willingly sacrifice his own life, but he would never sacrifice anyone else in the cause, and certainly wouldn't force them. So I think what would have happened if O'Connell and a small number, say, had gone to Clontarf, I think probably there would have been casualties. And I think if O'Connell had been killed, I think that would have been, we saw the outpouring of grief and the huge funeral and the huge numbers that came when he died. And that's May 1847, in the worst year of the famine. And there was that huge outpouring of grief and emotion in Dublin and around the country. If the death had occurred 4 years earlier and he had been killed while attempting a peaceful protest, I think it just would have ignited something that there wouldn't have been a leader like O'Connell to control it. Because now it's interesting, the Young Irelanders agreed with the decision to cancel it at the time, although afterwards they criticised it. But you certainly would have seen the movement perhaps being taken over by people who didn't have the same qualms when it came to violence. And the point is, it was just, there would have been no weapons, there would have been no training, there would be no, so you would have had all that anger and grief and resentment, but no practical way you could actually have done it. Just the provost mentioned O'Connell going to the Hist in Trinity to practice the debating, and then Professor Claire Connolly mentioned Sally Rooney. I knew Sally Rooney when she was a student in Trinity in the Hist, and she was this remarkable debater, a law student debater. I thought she would go on to this brilliant career as a law, and then delighted to see the work as a novelist. But her first piece of writing was a piece about her experience as a debater in Trinity and in these debating competitions. And that article for, I think, a London journal got her agent. And that agent then got her and then said, do you have any other writing? And she says, oh, yes, I've actually been working on this novel, and sent the novel. And that was Conversations with Friends. So debating in its way also helped kickstart Sally Rooney's career.
Anyone else like to?
Can I ask?
Yes, of course.
Can I just ask, Patrick, you're saying it gave people freedom, it brought them up off their knees and all the rest of it. So how did it do that for the Irish women factory workers, or the mantua maker, or the market women who paid over their money, probably their well-earned money?
No, that is a brilliant question. And the truth is, it didn't. And in the 1830s, there was a backlash against O'Connell. O'Connell's popularity in his lifetime went into sharp decline, probably around 1836 to 1839. There was a feeling that O'Connell was past it, that he was too old to lead a movement, and there was the exact same criticism, not just from women, but from men as well. My life hasn't changed. There isn't this benefit. What has what has this really done? So there was that sense of, has this been, and O'Connell seriously considered giving up political life. And he was offered a job by the government, Master of the Rolls, and he thought seriously about taking it. His great hero, John Philpot Curran, had held it, and he thought it would give him a way of withdrawing from public life with dignity. And he said, no, my wife, Mary, wouldn't have wanted it. She had just died. And because she wouldn't have liked it, he decided to carry on. But there was that sense that, 1843, O'Connell declared, this will be the year of repeal. But like his own side supporters laughed at him because they said he's been saying that every year for the last number of years. And it was only as those meetings, the first one in Meath in Trim, 16th of March, and, as they grew in numbers, people realized there was a momentum behind this. And I think O'Connell was re-energized as well. Like, I think O'Connell had kind of run out of steam a little bit. He was always giving the same speech over and over again. I think there was an element where he but then that movement re-energized him. And he took the energy from the crowds, and it was the old O'Connell of the humor and the anger. But I think it is a valid, like, if you look at it purely in terms of money or emancipation, and that was the charge alleged at O'Connell when he was running. They said, you want this because you'll earn £1,000 a year more as a barrister. And O'Connell answered that, and he says, yes, I will earn an extra £1,000 more if I get promotion on a King's Council. But the truth is, for the last 30 years, I could have earned so much more if I had devoted my whole life just to the law and not to the cause of emancipation. And he spoke about how his day involved leaving the house before the kids were awake, doing a full day in the courts, and then doing a full day campaigning for emancipation and agitation, and would arrive home at night with the kids asleep. And he said, and I do shed a tear for having missed out on their life and having missed out on so much. And but I think for O'Connell, the reason why I think it was meaningful for people is you can't put that price on freedom. It's, for so many years we had restrictions, marriage bars, gender pay gaps, which you still see in some areas, all of these barriers and restrictions on women. And even if that only affected some, it actually was something that was an oppression for all. And we have Europe to thank for a lot of those changes that started from the 1970s on. But that, I think, when you are talking about a civil right or a political right or these types of rights that are denied, there may not have been an immediate financial benefit for people in the 1830s, but I think their children had that benefit, and their grandchildren, and I think later generations. And I think the people gave O'Connell the name Liberator. And they gave it because they saw him as the person who had won their freedom. And they saw that this, even if it wasn't going to have a practical benefit, they saw this as something that meant that they finally didn't feel inferior in their own country. And I don't think you can really put a price on that.
Any further questions? If I may abuse the chair to ask you both a question. Firstly, Patrick, could you say something about the O'Connell impact and legacy on the continent? Because he was a major European figure of the time. And Mary, your analysis of women's presence in galleries and then slowly development of more political participation and engagement. How would one compare that to women's experience, that class of women in the other island, if you could say something about, or more generally, globally in Europe?
Sorry, the other.
The Great Britain.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Not Valencia.
Okay. Yes, I mean the women in Ireland were publicly more visible and politically more active. And the Chartist movement, which began in the 1830s in England, some of the women there were talking about the fact that they were imitating what was going on in Ireland. There was an awareness of it. And because the Chartist movement was quite radical and upsetting maybe to the establishment in Britain, that may also have been why O'Connell was reluctant to say, yes, we have women in our organisation and they can speak freely at our meetings, because I think the climate was changing a little bit with what was going on in England. So good comparisons, yeah.
Yeah, like O'Connell's reputation on the continent, it was immense. And when Macaulay visited Europe, the continent, during the trial of O'Connell, he said, everywhere I go, people just ask one question: what's going to happen with O'Connell? And it's something that when some people in France told O'Connell at one point, if you'd been born here, we'd have, instead of just being educated here, we'd have made you king of France. In Belgium, when the parliament was electing a king, he got 3 votes from parliamentarians. Bismarck praised O'Connell in his early years, although there is a quote that Bismarck apparently towards the end of his life said, "O'Connell is a man I think I would have shot." And you see him appearing in the literature, and you see him. But I think the big thing for people on the continent was that O'Connell was shattering that idea that Catholicism was this conservative religion where you owed your allegiance to the Pope and you could never be involved in great movements of change. That O'Connell was showing that you could be a great liberal leader and involved in all these and be a Catholic, and that he was showing that that Catholicism could be a major force for change and a major force for good. And I think that's what made him an icon and a champion as well. And then, of course, he was also then being celebrated and watched because this was an entirely novel form of political agitation, bringing the people involved, making it a mass mobilized democratic movement, not resorting to force. And, when O'Connell was elected in Clare, Robert Peel, the Home Secretary, said, "British power in Ireland has been shivered to atoms." That's an incredible admission from the future Prime Minister. And to be able to do all of that without resorting to violence made O'Connell someone, an international celebrity. So people came to Derrynane to visit O'Connell and to dine at the table. And O'Connell was always having this open welcome for people. And people wanted to meet him, and he was talked about. And some of the best accounts we have of O'Connell are from visitors from Germany who come to see him in the 1820s and the 1840s and have written these accounts, or other European visitors. So it was partly that it was an entirely new way of doing things. And then it was partly because he was showing that you could be a Catholic leader and also be this great leader for change. And I think that was hugely significant as well.
So we have 2 more questions from 2 women, so we take them.
Last question,
please.
Yeah, I suppose it might be an observation as much as a question, really. I'm trying to think about why O'Connell might have been open to seeing race as people of different race equal, but he had a thing about women that wasn't on the same level. And I'm wondering, maybe, did it come from his Catholicism? Because we still see in the Catholic Church how they've accepted race, but they haven't really accepted women. It's an observation anyway. I'm just trying to think through why he had that kind of a bit of a blindness towards women. They were all right, but, keep them in their place. That we still see in the Catholic Church. Maybe it is something to do with Catholicism.
Anyway, thank
that's
you.
my
We'll
question.
take the next question, and then
I'd just like to commend the speakers, the very informative and enjoyable talks. I'd like to commend, just a comment really, I'd like just to commend the issue of the compilation going to the schools from Trinity, funded by the government, because in my travels around South Kerry, some of the spots here, I've met people from other countries who really don't know anything about him. When I talk about, they mention the statue, but they really know nothing about O'Connell. So that's one good aspect, because there are so many new citizens that don't have the historical perspectives that we have. So that's.
Thank you. Would either of you like to respond to?
I would just. It may be the Catholic Church, but I think it's also that he was a Victorian, early Victorian man. And if you looked, you could do an essay just on the rhetoric that O'Connell uses around women, and it's full of this, how sweet they are, how lovely they are, you know, that they have these purer emotions than men. And it's very typical sort of Victorian views about women. So I think that's why he was uncomfortable with the idea of them being too involved. None of his own family, the women in his own family, got involved. I think somebody mentioned earlier, his daughter Ellen did write some articles, which she must, I could never find them. They were never, she might have done them under a pseudonym, but she's the only one, I think, who did anything in the public world. So I would have thought it was more Victorian 19th century views. Yeah, but not
then.
Well,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Just quickly, if you think about it, the Anglicans, the Protestants have accepted women as ministers. The Catholics still have yet to do that. It might be to do with the Blessed Virgin Mary, maybe. I don't know. I'm only thinking aloud.
Well, just to add, yeah, I think Mary's right. I think he was very much a man of his time and had a lot of the views of that time. I think when it comes to race, I think one of O'Connell's greatest skills was he had this incredible empathy, and he connected on an emotional level with the plight of oppressed people wherever they were in the world and enslaved people. And it's interesting when you look at a lot of the white abolitionists in the 19th century, they still had their own racial prejudices. They thought that slavery was wrong because it was against it was against God's law, but that they still believed instinctively in the inferiority and superiority of different races. Whereas O'Connell didn't do that. O'Connell would make audiences cry when he would describe the plight of pregnant mothers about to give birth, knowing that they wouldn't be passing on a blessing, that instead the child would be carrying on a curse, because the child could be taken off it and sold into slavery. I think at one point, and we have Erin Bishop, who I was doing my PhD with in UCD back in the day, but her brilliant book on Mary O'Connell. One thing to say when it does go, O'Connell's, I think his most trusted advisor was Mary O'Connell. And we have, so when O'Connell would give a speech, he would write to her afterwards and he was saying, oh, it started badly, but then it got good, and then I was able to turn the crowd around, or I was doing this thing. And I think that relationship, I think, was a very powerful one. So he definitely trusted her. And if she gave out to him about something, he took that on board. And at times she would, but I don't want to go preview stuff. But so I think that relationship was a really important one. And I think he really saw her as the person, even after her death, he was the person who he was trying to impress.
So now we bring this session to an end, and on all of your behalf, I'd like to thank both Patrick and Mary for a wonderful, wonderful session.
That'd be nice. Now, just to advise you all, we have a little extra time, which is credit to everybody here.
and we resume again at 2:45. So lunch is served. If you want to walk uptown, you have time, and equally the lovely restaurant here will serve lunch. So thank you everyone, and we look forward to resuming at 2:45 in this very room. May I just say we were asked earlier to turn off the air conditioning. We've done that, but if anyone feels it's getting too warm, please let us know, because the room does tend to get very warm. Thank you.
Gur míle maith go léir agus tá fáilte roimh arás agus asúla go raibh lón bra go léir. So it's great to see everybody back again, and we're going to have a very interesting afternoon. The broader title of the afternoon session is The Wider Worlds of Daniel O'Connell. And our first speaker needs no introduction to this audience. It is Professor Murish Brick, Emeritus Professor of History in University College Dublin, and of course, the director of the Daniel O'Connell Summer School, not just this year, but since its rejuvenation in 2011. And as you all know, Murish has done amazing work in revivifying and getting so many people involved in the Daniel O'Connell Summer School. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about Murish, because this is his opportunity to talk to you, not mine. But just to give a brief introduction, he was a graduate of University College Cork and of Johns Hopkins University, where he did his PhD. And he has been a very fruitful academic, has written very many books and articles, among which are, he worked with Professor Coakley on a collection of essays on from political violence to negotiated settlement. He has also been involved in writing a global history of anti-slavery politics, all very relevant to what we're talking about today. And of course, among his current projects is a major project on the wider worlds of Daniel O'Connell. And we're going to hear some of what he has done in that area today. He is a member and was former vice president of the Royal Irish Academy. And in the late 1990s, people of my memory, we remember him very much for being the founder, the convincer of government to set up the Research Council for the Humanities and the Social Sciences, and to see research in the university sector, particularly in the humanities and social sciences, as being very much worthy of government support, which has continued to this day. So we owe him a great debt of gratitude for that. And thinking of what Linda's talked about earlier this morning, we certainly hope that that support and funding will continue for research in Irish universities. He was also a member of the Higher Education Authority for a number of years, a member of the Irish Manuscripts Commission and of the National Archives Advisory Council. And of course, all of these were, in addition, in a voluntary capacity, very time consuming, but totally unpaid. I think it's important that people remember that so many people like Murish have done this work for the state and for the public good in their own time, and given their expertise for such work. So it's with great pleasure I introduce him to you today to talk about O'Connell in his private worlds, the O'Connells of Ivara. Gur míle maith agaibh.
Thank you, Anya, for that very flattering introduction. The discomforting thing about what you've just said is that it is all true. Yeah. So what I want to do today is bring the story of the O'Connells back to this locality, and in particular to South Kerry. And my apologies from the word go to those people who are not from South Kerry and are not from Cahersiveen. I will be making some references to various places from the locality. I've tried to keep them to a minimum, but for those of you who don't know these places or who can't identify with these places, you'll find an expanded version in chapter 6 of my forthcoming book on South Kerry, which I keep telling people will be published soon, which is my way of saying it will probably be published, will be this time next year. So anyway, you'll find an extended version there with maps and explanatory and glossaries and everything like that. So that's my way of kind of balancing the balance here. Anyway, just over 200 years ago, in 1821, the official census reported that what became the more developed town of Cahersiveen consisted of 36 houses and 305 people, 205 people. 10 years later, the corresponding figures were 189 houses and nearly 1,200 people. While 10 years later again, the figures for 1841 were 215 houses and about 1,500 people. So therefore the trend was quite clear. As a contemporary writer put it at the time, Cahersiveen was stretching. Now, however, if you look backwards rather than forwards, this place would seem to be a somewhat forlorn and, as one writer put it at the time, a somewhat wild place. But such descriptions, however, of South Kerry being a wild place do not convey the fact that for about 300 years or so, between 1300 and 1650, we find a place which was one of the most dynamic places, not just in Kerry, but in all of Munster. And there presiding over this dynamic place was Ballycarbery Castle, the symbol of that dynamism, the symbol of power and authority in the place, and the symbol of a place which is anything but forlorn and wild. And it's something that's very often forgotten, even by people in South Kerry here, even though the impressive ruin still is there. People wonder what went on there to deserve such a huge ruin. Ballycarbery was built after the McCarthys and a coalition of Gaelic chieftains had finally, in the year 1261, halted the push of the Normans across Munster at the Battle of Callan, which is near the present-day town of Kilgarvan. And taking a leaf out of the Norman culture, the McCarthys then consolidated that victory by building a string of castles, including Ballycarbery, in which they ensconced one of their better-known political clients, as they were called at the time, or constables or wardens, and these were the O'Connells. As the wardens of Ballycarbery, these O'Connell wardens, or these O'Connell constables of the McCarthys, were then charged to exercise authority in the name of the McCarthy Moor and to collect customs duties from the shipping in and out of Valentia Harbour and indeed up and down the coast. So over time, the O'Connells also developed a very strong import-export trade, particularly with Spain, which became so robust that, in the words of a historian of the 17th century, Ballycarbery had become, and I quote, so familiar with trading with Spain that they thought nothing of making voyages there, and of the Kerry women borrowing one another's cloaks for a run across to Spain to sell eggs and dillisk, which, as you know, is a form of seaweed. Also, there was nothing then in vogue with the inhabitants but Spanish wine, Spanish clothes, Spanish leather, and Spanish swords, and other commodities, iron, licorice, fruit, etc. So therefore, Ballycarbery was at the centre of a very, very busy commercial world. And it was inevitable that, set against that kind of thriving background, that thriving existence, that the O'Connells, as the people who supervised it, would become powers in their own right. And one signal, one sign of this, perhaps, was the marriage in the early 1570s of Morgan O'Connell, the sitting O'Connell of Ballycarbery, and Elizabeth O'Donovan Carbery, the heiress of the McCarthy family, who brought Ballycarbery with her as part of her dowry. And as a result of this marriage, therefore, the O'Connells were no longer merely the political clients of the McCarthys, but by virtue of that marriage, they came to own Ballycarbery by right. And it was as such, as the actual owners of Ballycarbery, that the O'Connells faced the turbulent years of the 16th century, and that they had to deal with the aggressive monarchy of Elizabeth I. Now, Elizabeth I, as some of you will know, was probably the most effective of the Tudor monarchs, which aimed to reduce Ireland under its control by a policy which had been developed by her father, Henry VIII, and which was known as surrender and regrant. Now, under this policy of surrender and regrant, Gaelic chieftains could surrender the titles and lands which they held under Gaelic law and custom and have them re-granted, so to speak, by the Crown according to English law. Now, you might ask, why would any Gaelic chieftain want to do this? Well, as with so much else in Irish history, it all had to do with land. Because in and by English law, land was passed directly from one to another within the immediate family of the ruling chieftain, what was called primogeniture, whereas in Gaelic law, such matters were decided by the wider family. So therefore, there were advantages, if you like, in taking up holding your lands according to English law. It made life simpler. You could have the passage directly from father to son. Whereas if you were dealing in Gaelic law, you'd have to convene the whole royal family, and you could have a nephew or a cousin 3 times removed or whatever inheriting. So therefore, there were a lot of reasons, a lot of advantages, a lot of pluses to be made in adopting surrender and regrant. And this explains, as I say, why the O'Connells, especially after the marriage that I just mentioned, availed of surrender and regrant to make her peace with Elizabeth, to make their peace with Elizabeth I. And they remained true to that arrangement until the time of Oliver Cromwell. Oliver Cromwell, as you know, probably became the effective power in England by about 1646. But then, as Donald Trump might say, they soon had no cards to play. Because as royalists and as Catholics, it was inevitable that the O'Connells, being royalists and Catholics, would attract Cromwell's attention. And so indeed, in February 1652, as part of its military conquest of Ireland, Cromwellian forces bombarded Ballycarbery into the ruin it is today. And so as a result, the most senior branch of the O'Connell, the most senior member of the O'Connell family at the time, a man called Maurice Fitzgeoffrey, was given the familiar choice of going to hell or to Connaught. And at this time, Clare was deemed to be part of Connaught for these purposes. And so Maurice Fitzgeoffrey left for Clare during the notoriously cold winter of 1652-1653, where his family settled in a place near Ina, which, as Clare folklore would have it, and I quote, was a sour and bitter land, which would not even feed a snipe. So you can get the idea of where these O'Connells were being transported to. And so, to make the obvious point, therefore, the bombardment of Ballycarbery and the transplantation of Maurice Fitzgeoffrey brought the political and economic power of the O'Connells to an end, at least for the time being. And so, therefore, the branches of the family continued, however, in several parts of South Kerry, including Tarmans, which is near Waterville, in Bannonablown, of course, which is out in the Glen, as many of you will know, and Canburn, where they never forgot, ever forgot, again, the power of land, they never forgot their humiliation in being ousted from Ballycarbery, and they were determined to recover it and to do something about it in their recovery. Their recovery took place in an unlikely place called Derrynane, unlikely because Derrynane had not been part of the O'Connell estates in South Kerry. Instead, the place was leased from the Earls of Cork as a new venture by a second son, not a first, a second son, who decided to strike out on his own and build his own fortunes. And this he did, as I said, on land that was leased from the Earls of Cork. And by the way, again, a lot of people don't know this, as Michael Caine would say, a lot of people don't know that until the middle of the 19th century, Derrynane House and Derrynane Abbey and that whole area there was held on lease from the Earls of Cork by the O'Connells, not owned by the O'Connells at all. This didn't happen until the middle of the 19th century for reasons I won't bore you with at the moment. But anyway, so be warned. So anyway, it was there, as I said, that the O'Connells recovered their fortunes, largely, as we know, on the back of a flourishing smuggling trade and with continental Europe, which was driven by John's son, Donald Moore O'Connell, and in turn by his son, Maurice Huntingcap O'Connell. Moreover, it was Huntingcap's brother Morgan who revived the family's interests in around Cahersiveen, in other words, in Carn, which he inherited from his father, Donald Moore, in September 1770. The timing could not have been better for O'Connell or for Trinity College Dublin. And this brings me to bring Trinity into the picture, because Trinity was part, and the Provost referred to this in her remarks, Trinity was part of the history and culture of South Kerry from about the 1590s, when the college was granted some 8,800 acres in South Kerry under the extended Munster plantation. But of course, South Kerry being a difficult place to access at the time, it was very difficult to collect any money from it. It wasn't really a going concern for Trinity, and didn't bring much money in to get this new college called Trinity College off the ground. Nonetheless, as I said, it was also difficult to stabilize or to get as much money as one could to make it pay, the Trinity estate pay, because you could only sublet to Protestants, members of the Church of Ireland. And of course, that was stipulated in the penal laws. So therefore, until about the 1770s, Trinity really had this huge estate, which wasn't really a blessing in any way. They weren't getting anything back from it. But as I said, the 1770s was a fortuitous time, because in the 1778, the penal laws which had forbidden Catholics to lease or to buy or to accumulate land were repealed. And so therefore, Trinity could now look to the O'Connells in a way it could never look to them before. And of course, the O'Connells had money thanks to the smuggling, but they had nowhere to put it. So now, with the repeal of these laws, they were given the opportunity to invest their money that they had inherited from smuggling, to invest it in land. And so therefore, it was a blessed day for Trinity, but it also was a blessed day for the O'Connells, because indeed, as Trinity and the O'Connells came to arrangements about leasing land, the O'Connells said, yes, we'll lease your land, but we want it on terms which are favourable to us. Trinity were saying, fine, half a loaf is better than no loaf at all. And so therefore, this introduces Trinity into the politics and land ownership of South Kerry, and indeed the O'Connells into land and land ownership in South Kerry in ways, as I said, that didn't apply before the 1770s. So this brings Morgan O'Connell, as I said, into Cairn, into Cahersiveen, with all of this money, buying up the leases of Trinity College from about Cahersiveen, which is Hallisey's Corner. That was sort of I told you I was going to get parochial. The Hallisey's Corner, right back to the town, back into Valentia and back into Portmagee. That was the Trinity estate. And this was negotiated, as I said, by Morgan, to take out on lease. And of course, the O'Connells held the lease on that part of the Trinity estate until the middle of the 19th century. Morgan O'Connell was not just the younger son of Huntingcap, but he wanted to be like Huntingcap. He wanted to do what Huntingcap had done in Derrynane. He wanted to build a second Derrynane on the banks of the Firtha. And so therefore, as soon as Morgan decamped into Cairn, after he inherited, as I said, the 1770s, he didn't turn his attention to building up an estate. He decided he would engage in smuggling and engaged in the commercial side of the business. And so it was indeed that almost within 3 or 4 years of Morgan settling in Cairn, that we find reports of him maintaining a big and a growing commercial business, where, and I quote, many a cargo of French laces, wines and silks can be had at an immense profit in the south and west of Ireland, enabling him rapidly to accumulate a large fortune, be it a bit of soap, a yard of tape, a noggin of whiskey, a metal button, a pound of iron for the spade or the horseshoe, or in any other little article. Morgan could accommodate all and in all times. And that's what he devoted his time to, not in building the estate. He wanted, as I said, to create a second Derrynane on the banks of the Cairn River. And so that meant that Morgan really had no plans to make good use of his estate that he leased from Trinity. He had no plans to develop that, at least for the time being. But also it should be noted that in the beginning of the 19th century, Morgan was a man in poor health and remained in poor health until he died in 1809, having been incapacitated a few years earlier by a stroke. And this explains why Morgan's son Daniel spent a lot of his time in Cairn, not only because he was being a dutiful son perhaps, but also because his childless uncle, Huntingcap O'Connell, who had adopted him as his heir, did not approve of his marriage in 1802 to his cousin Mary O'Connell of Tralee. This because Mary brought no dowry to the marriage. And as a result, at least insofar as Huntingcap was concerned, she could do little to enhance either the social standing of the O'Connells or the reputation of his nephew. But while in Cairn, and actually this is the important point, while in Cairn, Daniel began to think about ways in which he might develop his father's business interests in Cairn. And so therefore, as a result, he decided to build a new town. Again, something that's not widely known in this part of Kerry. Now, it's hard to say why O'Connell struck upon this idea of building a town out in Cairn. He may have been influenced by the fact that the government planned to establish a new post town in South Kerry, and that other public offices would follow, and that there would be opportunities for him as the local landlord. Or it may have been that Fairs were being held on an increasing basis and with increasing frequency in the area. There was even talk about building a quay in the Firtha to serve the growing trade. And why not have these in Cairn? Finally, it may have been that he wanted to be like the Knight of Kerry, who was building his own town of Knightstown at the time, in the hope that Knightstown would become not only a regional commercial hub, but also one which would develop as a centre of a transatlantic business. So there were reasons really why Daniel O'Connell, that is, wanted to build his own town at Cairn, what I would call Cairn Town. But there was one problem with these plans. Given that the construction of a new town would cost a lot of money, and that it would be years before such an investment would pay off, the project of Cairn Town was best developed in his own lands at Cairn rather than on his leaseholds for Trinity, which explains again why he would want to ignore Trinity and leave Trinity to one side. After all, he surmised, if the O'Connells were making the investment and taking the risks, it was they who should get the dividend and not Trinity. And so it was, as I said, that O'Connell turned to plan his town, not on the lands that he was leasing from the Trinity, what would become the town of Cahersiveen, but he would plan his town in Cairn. Although no original plans for the proposed Cairn town survive, it is clear that some of them were executed, including the building of a primary school and a substantial mill on Cairn River, both of which, by the way, lasted until the 20th century. There are photographs of the old, I can remember the ruins of the primary school myself, and I'm not 109, but I can remember the ruins of the primary school near Tommy Kernan's garage there were still there when I was growing up. I don't remember much about the mill, but I know there are photographs from the 1820s about a thriving, huge operation on Cairn River lasting into the early 20th century. There were also plans for developing roads. New roads were built. After all, it was pointless having a new town if you didn't have roads to serve it, including the so-called New Road, the present N70 in from Killarney in Killarglan. Some of you may have taken that on your way here, was opened in 1820. And Reenrasheen Road, where I was born myself, which O'Connell intended actually, funnily enough, to be the main street of his proposed new town. A presbytery was also built off the Rocky Road, which continued to house the parish's Catholic clergy until 1876, and which reminds us that O'Connell also intended to build a new and larger Catholic church at the centre of his new town in Cairn. So things were happening in a lot of different areas, and he was sort of bringing them together. Now, as far as I can make out, and again, my apologies to those visitors who are not familiar with the geography, but the site of this new church was somewhere near where the Mart is today, down Reenrasheen. But in any event, all these plans came to nothing for various reasons, again, that I won't labour you with. But by 1830, O'Connell had abandoned his plans to build a town, although certain buildings, as I said, had been built and were proceeded with, but others were not. And the abandonment of these plans included the abandonment of his plan to build a church. There was an interesting memoir that I found somewhere, written in 1918, which gives us a little pen picture into the church that was intended for Reenrasheen. And let me quote from it. It is said, this is a man writing now in 1918, it is said that this project for a new church was formed by the Liberator, and even that he erected the building at his own expense. The walls were fully completed to the top, but at that stage, the work appears to have been stopped and the chapel was never roofed. So far as the present writer remembers, it was a lofty and commodious building. It was still standing in the 60s, that is in the 1860s of the last century, but no trace of it now remains. So far as we know, the only use to which the building was ever applied was as a stand house during race meetings, when a temporary wooden staircase was constructed from the inside, leading to the top of the building where boarding was laid and accommodated with seats from which there was such an excellent view of the racing. And for those of you who know the races of Cahersiveen, which were held only last Sunday, you can see how apt that description is today, because again, you can see it from the aloft, from the road, looking down on the racecourse. So again, as I said, the church may not have been built, but the racecourse got a comfortable place to view the races. And of course, that reminds me to say that in the 1820s and 1830s, as part of O'Connell's plans for Cairn, he also developed the racecourse. And indeed, there's a description of that racecourse as well from the early 1830s. Because those of you who can remember the races, certainly when I was growing up, I remember very often when these hurdy-gurdies, as we used to call them, these people who were hawkers, they would go along and go down Reenasheen Road, go in around the racecourse, and they would very often get stuck halfway because the ground was very soggy. And again, why am I saying that? I'm saying that because that was actually a lake until about 1830. And as part of the O'Connell's present of the racecourse to the people of the town, that whole area was drained, right? Which explains why it is soggy even today, why it's even for those who ride horses have to be careful with it. But it was drained, but never completely satisfactorily. But in any event, just to make the point that this new racecourse was provided and drained. And again, the description of it, which is from the early 1830s, is apropos for those of you who know and follow the races. And I know there are a few of them in the audience. But there was a report saying that this racecourse represented as forming a circle verging on the high road leading from Killarney and Tralee, and in front of a fine eminence where the populace can enjoy a full view of the races, in a situation which we can imagine must be magnificently picturesque. And again, for those of you who had been at the races last Sunday, that's exactly what it is. Up on the road, looking down from an eminence, or looking down on the circle, enjoying the eminence and the view, the magnificent view that is there. But by 1830, as I have said, Daniel O'Connell had abandoned his plans for a town in Carn. His own career as a barrister was thriving, and his political career was also taking off, especially after the campaign for Catholic emancipation was formally relaunched in 1823. But in any event, many of those who were living in Cahersiveen at the time did not want to move out to Carn, not least because they often had generous terms as lessees or sublessees of Trinity, which they would lose if they moved out to Carn. Moreover, O'Connell inherited Derrynane House itself in 1825, and at that time it was a place that needed considerable renovation. And also, it should be said that Mary O'Connell never liked Carn and believed that she and Daniel could not afford to maintain two places. She got her way, and Carn was abandoned and fell into ruin. In fact, it fell into ruin fairly quickly, because among the people who visited Carn in the 1830s was a lady called Lady Georgina Chatterton, who was a well-known traveller at the time. She used to travel around reporting and recording and observing various parts of the countryside and writing these travel books. And she described Carn in 1838, and I quote, as an old ruined house with a lonely and sad air. 2 years later, in 1840, she also, another visitor, Robert Allen, also noted that Carn was, and I quote, now alas a ruin, used only for the occasional shelter of cattle. Now, of course, O'Connell's relocation to Derrynane did not mean that he ignored Cahersiveen. After all, he couldn't afford to ignore Cahersiveen, considering that he held the lease from Trinity, which he would hold until 1865. And so it was on his watch, as I mentioned earlier, that the town stretched, again to use that great word which I used earlier, to include a hotel, a post office, a police station in Bridewell, a market house, a courthouse, what was called an agency of the Bank of Ireland, a pound, and even a public reading room. It also had a quay, 2 stores of for purchasing oats, and what was described as a considerable traffic in linen and yarn. Also in 1840, the Presentation Sisters opened a new convent for which O'Connell waived the rent and contributed £1,000 to the building fund. There were also 2 ferry crossings across the Firtha, although by 1843 a new bridge was also under consideration and was subsequently built. For all that, however, the management and development of Cahersiveen fell between 2 competences, if I can use that word, those of the landowner, Trinity College, on the one hand, and its leaseholding middlemen, the O'Connells, on the other. And of course, one can never ignore the other if one wanted to improve the property. They both had vested interests, even if Trinity had leased the land to the O'Connells. And this explains why one of the eminent personalities of the 19th century, Richard Griffith, the surveyor of the Ordnance Survey, noted that the houses and public amenities in Cahersiveen were erected as needs be and not according to any fixed plan. In other words, the town lacked a systematic plan, and accordingly it had its critics. Among these critics was a man called Thomas Campbell Foster, who arrived in Cahersiveen on the 15th of November 1845. Now, Campbell Foster was one of a new type of investigative journalists who was helping to change the face of British journalism at the time, and in the opinion of the Times of London, was an ideal man to report on O'Connell as a landlord. There were two parts to Campbell Foster's report. The first concerned Cahersiveen, which Campbell Foster described, and I quote, as a wretched place and the victim of O'Connell's neglect. O'Connell countered that, as I mentioned earlier, he had expended considerable sums in developing the town towards the prosperous and thriving place, as he put it, it was. And then he added modestly that he had created the town himself. So as the Times subsequently retracted what they said about Cahersiveen, we can move on to what Campbell Foster's more serious charges about the rural part of the O'Connell estate, that O'Connell treated his tenants harshly and demanded of his agricultural tenants that his rents had to be paid in full and on time. O'Connell's response here was equally robust, and I might add wide-ranging, in that by then it also included the results of the investigations of a number of other newspapers, as well as extracts from all kinds of sources, including the rent books of Derrynane estate itself, which were published in the contemporary press. So Campbell Foster may have had his things to say about, here I'm just going to depart for 1 second, may have had his things to say about O'Connell, and they weren't laudatory by any means, but it had the effect of creating a whole big investigation into the O'Connell estate that was not just relying on what Campbell Foster had to say and O'Connell's response, but there were all kinds of newspapers sending all kinds of reporters and investigators into South Kerry to assess the validity of this in one way or the other. And I think it's important to remember that whatever else we say, I think about Daniel O'Connell as a landlord and Campbell Foster, that if you are studying this period and if you're writing a book about Campbell Foster, writing an article about Campbell Foster, it's not just about what he said or about what O'Connell's response. You also have to read a lot of the other newspapers and a lot of the other information that was published in great detail. And in my experience, when I read some of this stuff about O'Connell and about O'Connell as a landlord, very often this wider stuff is ignored, and Campbell Foster is trotted out there as if it's holy writ, which it's not. But in any event, having got that off my chest, the one place, however, that you can't dispute is a place called Derrynane Beg, which overlooks Derrynane House. The descriptions which Campbell Foster gave of the circumstances of the tenants in Derrynane Beg were truly awful, is all I can say about it. But it's important to remember that if the circumstances of those who were living and squatting and swarming into Derrynane Beg, as O'Connell put it, it's important to remember that a lot of these people were day labourers, or spalpini, as they say in Irish, who were coming there in the expectation of getting work from the big house down below. Now, there was only a certain amount the big house could do. There were only a certain number of people it could employ. So therefore, the place became swarmed with people. And again, that's a contemporary word. It's a very imaginative word, a very evocative word, I think. And they ended up squatting in the place. And again, that's a contemporary word. The other thing I think we should remember is that O'Connell could very easily have done what I'm afraid some of his non-resident and absentee landlords in the area did. He could have cleared them out of his land. A lot of landlords did that sort of thing. But O'Connell would not do that because, as he said, he wouldn't exterminate any family. And this is why the Cork Examiner, when it came to do its report on O'Connell the landlord, concluded that, and I quote, "There are many poor on Mr. O'Connell's estate, but the cause of that poverty cannot be a reproach to that good as well as great man, but to the tyrants and oppressors who by their exterminations have rendered Mr. O'Connell's estate a refuge for destitution, a shelter for the oppressed, a resting place for the houseless, homeless, landless wanderer." And just in case anybody had any doubts, Maurice O'Connell, who managed the Derrynane estate on behalf of his father, added that he had always denounced those who had cleared their lands as wholesale murderers. As O'Connell himself put it, he knew that he could not exterminate poverty by exterminating the poor, even if this meant allowing people from the estates of the neighbouring absentees to drift into his own and to give them succour and to give them help. And this brings me just to my final 2 minutes to ask why Campbell Foster had come to South Kerry in the first place and why he had said these things about O'Connell. And the answer was that, as Parnell was to find out later on, that the Times hoped that it could blacken the reputation of a man who, in addition to campaigning against the Act of Union, was also dipping his feet into the area of land reform. And as he told one of the Munster meetings in 1843, repeal was not only about restoring an independent parliament to Dublin, but was also an opportunity to reassess the landed system itself. Again, something that's very often overlooked in the narratives about O'Connell. It was not just about politics, that it was also about land reform, and it was about reform of society at large. And indeed, for all that Campbell Foster had to say, O'Connell, I believe, was ahead of his time on his own estate because, as he wrote, for years before, we knew that tenant right by name on my estate. The practice prevailed that when holdings came up for renewal, allowances were always made for any improvements which had been made by the outgoing tenants. There were also guaranteed leases, which again was something that the tenant right movement took up during the second half of the 19th century, but was almost unknown in this part of the world. Moreover, as he saw it, tenants should be entitled, as I've said, to having leases. No lease or no rent, said I. I would also give the tenant an opportunity of proving what a solvent tenant ought to give for his land in order to fix the rent that he would have to pay. Something, again, that was done exclusively by landlords up to now. There was no negotiation involved in these things. I would also allow that for all the improvements that he makes on his holding, that if the landlord did not pay him the full value of these improvements, he could not turn him out, but could be obliged to give him a new holding. And so the Times, rather than focusing on the message, focused on the messenger, not for the first time and not for the last time. Not that it mattered anyway, because with the Great Famine looming, the people of South Kerry, and indeed of Ireland at large, had other things on their mind. But here again, I think it's important to record that O'Connell's reaction to both the famine of 1822, which was quite ravaging in this part of the world, and also of Ireland at large, that the famine of 1822 and the cholera epidemics of 1830 and 1834 and the Great Famine saw O'Connell, I think, respond in a very generous and a very benign way. If I could fault O'Connell on anything, and I'm by no means the keeper of blame on O'Connell, I have a lot of things that I would disagree with how he went about things, but if there's one thing I would fault him about, and it's relevant to what I have to say here, I would say that he trusted the British government too much. A British government which believed that instead of affording immediate relief to the increasingly distressed people of Ireland, that was satisfied to establish public work schemes to create more employment and thus to provide more money to provide food. I ask you. I mean, it's that kind of logic. But that was a logic which drove British policy on the famine at the time. Maybe, that kind of policy was all very well in theory, but one which was one that was hardly practical at a time of such extensive human misery. And this sense of hopelessness was there for all to see when O'Connell gave his last speech in the House of Commons in February 1847, when, having referred to the catastrophe that was the Great Famine, he reminded the British Parliament of its responsibilities to Ireland. And by Jove, he was not to be the last. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Wirish. What a wide-ranging and fascinating talk, which I'm sure we'll have some time at the end to have a little more exploration of. Thank you very much indeed. And our second speaker is Dr. Erin Bishop, who has been mentioned already this morning. Erin obtained her Master's and PhD in History from University College Dublin. Her doctoral thesis was the first in-depth portrayal of Mary O'Connell, wife of the Liberator. Her research led to the publication of two books, probably the only books, The World of Mary O'Connell and My Darling Dammy. And in fact, she is the person who has written about most convincingly about Mary O'Connell. Since her professional life includes a long career in museum interpretation, education, exhibits, and historic research. After leaving UCD, she served as a historic programs specialist for the Illinois Historic Preservation Agency Sites Division. From 2005 to 2009, she served as Director of Education for the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum in Springfield, Illinois. And upon relocating to Maine, She served as a consultant to numerous museums and historic sites, as well as the director of main archives and museums. She still puts her skills to work in working in policy development, grant writing, and public communications. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce Erin here to you today. Thank you.
Are we good? Yeah, okay. Well, thank you. It's delightful to be here. I'm so happy to be back in Ireland, and thank you to Morris for inviting me. It's been a wonderful day today, and I'm looking forward to more tomorrow. So today I'm going to talk about Mary O'Connell and give you a glimpse into the life of a 19th century Irish Catholic middle-class woman. So how did I land in this world? Because I came from the land of Lincoln. I grew up in Springfield, Illinois, where am I okay to keep talking? Yeah, okay. So I grew up in Springfield, Illinois. Springfield, Illinois is where Lincoln made his home and lived the majority of his adult life there prior to moving to Washington, D.C. to take the presidency. And I did research on Lincoln's legal papers there. So we were doing a documentary editing collection of Lincoln's legal documents. So no one had ever really explored Lincoln as a lawyer. So when I came to Ireland to do my master's, I was quite interested in O'Connell because I could see these similarities between O'Connell and Lincoln. They both practiced law, they both rode the circuit, and they both were able to hone their skills of oratory as lawyers on the circuit and also to develop sort of a groundswell of support, becoming sort of, a man's man, man of the people. So lots of similarities there. And then I discovered that Daniel O'Connell was married also to a woman named Mary, just as Abraham Lincoln was married to a Mary Todd. And Mary Todd was not treated kindly by history. And in my readings of O'Connell biographies, it seemed to me that maybe Mary O'Connell, too, was getting short shrift by historians. So I was curious and wanted to learn more about this woman. So I approached my advisor, Donna McCartney, and I asked for a recommendation for a book or an article or something on Mary Lincoln. And he thought for a moment and said, I can't think of any. And I was absolutely shocked by this. But he said, if you'd like to stay and do a PhD, you're welcome. And I wanted to stay in Ireland. I had a boyfriend at the time, nice Irish lad. And I thought, yes, I want to stay. I'll do it. So I had never really dreamed that I would go that far in academia, but I stayed. Part of the reason, how do I turn this? There we go. Part of the reason I was shocked that there hadn't been anything done because there was such a huge collection of letters between the two. The majority of them are housed at the National Library in Ireland and at UCD. There are 315 letters written by Mary, 262 of which were written to her husband. And there were 764 letters written from her husband to her. So over 1,000 letters between the two of them. 176 of those had never been published. There were also in the collection letters between the parents and their children. There were letters between the siblings. There were reminiscences of the children and some diaries. And then, of course, we have all of the 3,500 published letters of O'Connell. So a wealth of information. So what did I find there? Mary O'Connell was primarily a woman, a wife, a mother, a housekeeper, a practicing Catholic. And in that regard, she fulfilled the same roles as the vast majority of 19th century Irish women. Now, she was clearly at a different level than the majority, but nevertheless, she fulfilled a very similar role. And so in looking at her life, we really did get a window into the world of 19th century Catholic women in Ireland, and a window into the world of the increasing and growing middle class. And this was a very understudied and overlooked element of history, as women's history was really not a thing. I certainly never took a women's history course when I was in college, and I don't think it really occurred to me in doing a biography of a woman that I would be embarking on this sort of field of women's history. There were studies on Irish nuns. We knew a lot about Irish prostitutes. We knew about women pirates. And there had been some work done on Protestant aristocratic women. I'm thinking of the Lennox sisters, for example. So we knew a great deal about those types of women, but very little about this kind of middle-class Irish Catholic. So who was Mary O'Connell? She was born in 1778 in Tralee. Her father was a Protestant physician there, and as was common, the boys in the family were raised as Protestants and the girls were raised as Catholics. She was one of 11 kids. Her father died when she was quite young, and so the family was really left penniless, kind of destitute. And that's about all we know about her upbringing in Tralee. But we do know then in 1800, she began a secret discourse with a young Daniel O'Connell. Now, we don't really know how they met. They were distant cousins. They maybe had known each other before, but it was really in 1800 in Tralee during the assizes, I presume, that the two of them got together. And they had mutual friends. Mary's sister was married to James Connor, who was practiced law as well, and he and O'Connell frequently served together as co-counsel on law cases. So it's quite possible that she connected with O'Connell in the sitting room of her sister's home. The assizes, of course, brought a lot of fun to a town when they came through, when all the lawyers and judges came through. So there was a lot of parties and soirees and things like that that accompanied the assizes, and certainly everyone came out to watch, right? So they got involved, right? Unfortunately, as Maurice alluded to, it was necessary to keep it a secret because O'Connell was heir to Maurice O'Connell, fondly known as Hunting Cap, and he rightly predicted that Hunting Cap would not approve of this union. Mary had no dowry, and she really had no social standing or connections. But in 1800, O'Connell makes his case that he is very true, he's very sincere, he does care about her, and he says to her, "It's not in my power to publish my situation or to call on you in the face of the world, but I conjure you by the sincerity of my love not to risk all my hopes and happiness by communicating to any person whatsoever our, shall I call it, attachment." And Mary agreed. I keep trying to make this thing work this way. And so we get into this kind of tangled web of them trying to have this relationship on the down low. And they have very many unreliable accomplices that are helping them. There's one young guy named Daniel O'Connell as well. He's known as Splinter. And he's supposed to be passing letters back and forth, but he is incredibly unthoughtful by never seeming to be available when they need him. And here's O'Connell cursing him. "I was obliged to direct my last letter myself as that damned Splinter was at the play." So he's just not helping them in their relationship. At some point, O'Connell decides that he needs to tell Mary's mother. He feels like he owes her that respect. So Mary's mother is brought into the fold. But he comes up with these ridiculous fibs and lies and something about like a lottery. So he can write her about the lottery. That's his reason for writing her, but it's just an excuse so it won't raise suspicion when the letters are seen. But of course, the letters are seen, and her brother gets wind of it, and he's appalled that she's engaging in this correspondence with a man. So then the mother has to get involved and say, "Well, I'm reading all the letters, and there's nothing wrong with them, and they're really okay," which was not true. But so gradually, the group starts to get larger and larger who knows this is going on. But amazingly, they still kept it a secret. They were secretly married then in July 1802 in Dublin with the help of Mary's mother. They were in love. It was a love match. And we can see in their letters that O'Connell in particular was very effusive and passionate in his regard. So this is an example. "Sweet Mary, I rave of you. I think only of you. I sigh for you. I weep for you. I almost pray to you. Darling, I do not exaggerate." And so you see these. Now here, she was actually pregnant with his first child, and he was really excited and quite proud of himself that she was pregnant. But even Mary, too, was very effusive in her letters, a little more sedate, though, but clearly steadfast. And here's another letter from her. This is written in 1820, so this is 18 years into the marriage. She says, "To you, darling, I owe everything. It would be quite impossible for any woman married to you not to be happy. But never could a woman love you as well or as truly as I do. You are dearer to me than existence." So they really were a love match. And you can see that in the fact that O'Connell stood to lose quite a bit if he did engage and get married to her. And their marriage is really representative of this time period of a growing trend towards love matches, as opposed to kind of a patriarchal viewpoint where marriages were purely an economic contract and both parties brought something that would promote the aggrandizement of the family, either socially or economically. So O'Connell's choice of Mary is really emblematic of this kind of transitional phase. And we see clandestine marriages increasing in Ireland at this time. But the reality of romantic love was that while couples were freer to choose partners that they liked or felt some affection for, the pool from which they chose was still very much limited. And women played a really key role in keeping that pool close. They were the ones holding the parties. They were determining who would come to these events. They were organizing the balls, and they were gossiping amongst themselves to measure these people by their worth. How much was he making a year? What were his prospects? That sort of thing. So while people were encouraged to find a partner that they liked, the pool that they had to choose from was still very much structured by the family. And even though Mary and Daniel had kind of a love match, they were still very much involved in making sure that their children secured good matches as well. So the early marriage, after their wedding in 1802, Mary returned to Tralee, to her mother's home. And by November that year, she was pregnant. And so they weren't going to be able to keep this secret much longer. So O'Connell knew that he had to tell his uncle, but he was too chicken to do it. And he asked his brother to do the deed. So his brother broke the news to Hunting Cap. And then they sat and waited and waited and waited for the verdict. And he was effectively disinherited, right? So in the end, he only received a third of Hunting Cap's estate. So in June, Mary has their first child. She has the child at her mother's home, and then she goes to her in-laws in August and moves in with them. And you can imagine, if you have in-laws, how uncomfortable that might have been, considering that she was the cause of O'Connell being disinherited. So she's a little nervous about this, but she goes. And while there's some awkwardness in the beginning, it seems as if they did accept her, and they certainly loved the children. I think primarily she went to Karen in order to foster the children out, and that is to place her children out to wet nurse, just as O'Connell had been done, and was common in the tradition. So her second child, again, she went to Tralee to have her second child, Morris, in 1803, and then back to the in-laws again. So it wasn't until 1805 that O'Connell purchased a home on Westland Row in Dublin. And it was a stretch for him to do, but he did it. And Mary came up to Dublin. She wasn't there very long because in 1806, she went back to Tralee to have yet another child. And so it wasn't until 1806 that she and O'Connell finally settled down in a house together in Dublin. So that's 4 years about after they were married. It was very much a marriage apart. So every spring and fall, O'Connell would ride the circuit. He rode the Munster circuit, and he would be gone for about 6 to 8 weeks, practicing law, having court cases, town after town after town. And then after that, he would travel down to Kerry for a bit of a holiday. He liked to hunt. He would visit family and friends and then take care of some business interests there. So he was gone a lot. And Mary is much maligned, I think, in the history books, in that it said she didn't like Kerry, that she thought people were backwards here, that she didn't like good country folk. She was a city girl. She was also portrayed as a bit of a gold digger, I think, and kind of highfalutin and too good, right? But the reality is he was gone. He was gone a lot, and she was having 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 children, on and on and on, and he wasn't there. And then every time he went, he was actually, getting more and more involved in lending money, entertaining, spending money, and it was a hardship. It became a hardship for their family. So a lot of challenges in their long distance relationship. Lack of correspondence was one of the big ones. And in almost every letter between them, and you'll see this a lot in correspondence at the time, a third of the letter dealt with the mechanics of letter writing. When the last letter was posted, where it was posted, when they should receive it, when they last got a letter, who didn't get a letter, who they'd gotten a letter from. So this was the prime way of communicating. So a lot of arguments over letters not showing up, letters not coming, missing the post, etc. We see some jealousy in the letters. At one point, O'Connell calls upon a former governess while Mary is living abroad, and Mary is livid when she finds out. In another case, Mary is a gentleman caller while she's living in Bristol, taking the waters, and O'Connell doesn't like that at all. So we see some insecurities in the marriage, especially on Mary's part, because I think she always felt a little less than, because she didn't bring as much to the marriage. And I think she always felt like she was having to prove her worth in this relationship. So there was insecurity there. There were a lot of miscommunications. There's one series of letters where Mary insists there is a Wednesday post out of Cork, and why doesn't O'Connell ever write by it? And O'Connell keeps telling her there is no Wednesday post. And it just becomes this kind of inside joke between them where he says frequently, I was going to write by the Wednesday post, but I didn't. So that becomes a joke between them. They're also both very lonely, and this is reflected in the letters. O'Connell's lonely. He wants to be home. He misses her. But as always, O'Connell set his priorities, and his priorities tended to be his career and his country and his extended family and his politics. And Mary sort of paid the price for that at home alone. In 1809, O'Connell purchased a larger home on Marion Square. He was moving up in the world, and we see this, that a lot of successful lawyers and merchants and doctors were starting to move out of the city center and move into Marion Square, kind of the suburb area. Mary did not want him to buy the house. It was a stretch financially. She writes to him in 1809, for God's sake, darling love, let me entreat of you to give up this house in the square if it is in your power, as I see no other way for you to get out of these difficulties. But he buys it. He's determined. And so begins, well, not even begins, so continues and is made worse, their financial trouble. So over the course of their entire marriage, financial woes plagued them. By 1817, O'Connell was over 20,000 pounds in debt. And again, Mary is often accused of lavish spending that contributed to this debt. But I do feel that that's not necessarily fair. O'Connell was always writing to her, telling her, you know, I've made a bunch of money and I'm going to make more money and my prospects look good and next year's going to be better and the next year's going to be better. And the finest food should grace our table and you should wear the nicest clothes and we should have the nicest carriage. And he was also trying to keep up a level of status and a level of appearance that required all of these trappings. And so Mary was doing what she thought she was supposed to do as the wife of this upwardly mobile, increasingly popular political figure. And so she had to maintain this house. O'Connell was also constantly sending people to her in Dublin to stay at his expense. So they would come. One guy came, he had horses, he didn't have a groom. They didn't have a groom. She had to give him the butler. So then she didn't have a butler, you know, so he was constantly sending friends and family to her to entertain. She was frequently overrun with house guests, wouldn't have places to put anyone. She had to disinvite her mother-in-law because she had no room. I can't even imagine that conversation. So anyway, the family finances were incredibly disorganized. They did not really have a very good record-keeping system until much later in their marriage. There didn't seem to be a set budget for the household. O'Connell's income was inconsistent. So he would get money and then he would mail it to her. And so it was, you never knew how much was going to come in. It depended on his caseload. They relied a lot on credit, and O'Connell frequently wouldn't push people to pay him. So he was willing to take a note rather than get paid. They had unrealistic expectations of when they were going to get out of debt. It's almost comical, except sad in the letters, because he keeps saying, just another year of strict economy and we'll see ourselves free. Just another year of strict economy and we'll see ourselves free. And he says this over year after year after year. So they had unrealistic expectations, and they were still trying to keep up the appearances of an affluent, well-to-do, rising couple living in Dublin. O'Connell also got involved in a lot of risky lending, and he did a lot of that in Kerry. And so she didn't like him staying in Kerry because he kept getting himself into predicaments with money. And then, of course, they were basically constantly waiting for Hunting Cap to die, and he didn't die. So, you know, they were counting their chickens, and the guy lived until 1825. So there was also some long distance mismanagement of money. And so this is an example of a letter that O'Connell once sent to Mary. And so I'll read it for you. Pray beg of Rick to take that bill for £400, which I left with Bernard, to Mr. Cooper of Marion Square. He lives within 2 doors of Judge Day's, and beg of him to give up for it a bill of mine for £361 due to Mr. Cooper of Cashel, and to get the difference. If Cooper of Marion Square refuses, he must not get the 400 bill, but if you get the difference, then lodge that also with R. Hickson of College Green for me. Now, if you could follow that and get that done, I'm impressed. But she would act as his agent. So this was the kind of confusing money laundering that they were doing to make ends meet. And Mary was frequently left without money. She was having to borrow money from her housekeeper, who got a stipend from her brother. And then there were arguments where she accidentally took the wrong note to the wrong person or paid a note that she shouldn't have paid. And then that was leaving him in the lurch. She would frequently also write about how so-and-so called for the money, but I told him I didn't know anything about it and he would have to wait and talk to you. So she would play like the dumb wife in order to get rid of debt collectors. By 1822, they were in dire straits. O'Connell had signed a note for £8,000 as a surety on a note for someone else who went bankrupt, and O'Connell was on the hook for the money. So they were in serious financial trouble at this point, such as Mary was sent to France with the children in tow, where they could live more cheaply, but also not under the prying eyes of Dublin society. So no one would notice that they were economizing because they were so far away. They made plans to sell the house on Marion Square. That never came to pass. Plans to sell the carriage and horses, which I think did occur. But she lived abroad in France for a couple of years. And then when Hunting Cap died, they inherited Derrynane, and they decided, with the help of O'Connell's brother, who was now sort of guiding them through this financial landmine that they were in, determined that, yes, you can come back, she can come back, but let's put her in Kerry. And part of the reason was to come to Kerry was also they couldn't manage the appearance in Dublin. They had 2 daughters that were of age to go on the marriage market. They dowered one with £5,000 from Hunting Cap's money, but they didn't really have other money for these 2 daughters to put them out in society. So Mary determined they would rather be in the most obscure wilds of Kerry than be poor in Dublin. So, but Derrynane had to be renovated. So they spent an incredible amount of money renovating the house. And this is sort of what I mean by kind of unrealistic expectations of understanding of their circumstances. And O'Connell later belatedly realized we spent an awful lot of money to live under the strict economy that we're currently suffering through. So it wasn't until 1829 that the national testimonium that was raised in recognition of O'Connell's work on the Emancipation Act brought relief to the family. So we have to talk about Mary as a mother. Mary certainly had a very robust maternal health. And again, history depicts Mary as weakly and sick. She did at one point travel to England for her health, but this was after her last child was born. But her robust maternal health really does contradict this idea of a weak constitution. She suffered from morning sickness. There were a few times she took to her bed, but generally speaking, she had a relatively easy time during her 12 pregnancies and deliveries and recoveries. And so this chart sort of shows you her childbearing years. So from 1802 until 1816, she was pregnant. She was pregnant at least part of every single year. One year she had 2 children, and they were not twins. So calling Mary weak or sickly, she was pregnant, right? She was pregnant all of these months and months and months. And honestly, that's a short time span of childbearing years for women in this period. It is likely that she suffered some miscarriages as well. She had 12 pregnancies that she delivered, but 5 of those children died in infancy or childhood. They were very much loved in the letters and very much mourned when they were lost. Infant mortality was as high as 50% during this time period. So we know they buried 5, and I believe she also probably suffered some miscarriages in there. There's some cryptic references in the letters to taking a worse turn than ever I have before. There were certain people that appeared in the house when Mary was lying in, and we see Aunt Nagel frequently at the house, but then no baby comes. So there's no reference to another child. So it's likely she suffered miscarriages. The role of the mother during this transitional time period into kind of a more modern era, in the Victorian era, really becomes paramount. The mother's role in shaping a child's respectability and shaping a child's character. And in fact, children now are becoming viewed as kind of human beings in their own right, as opposed to pawns that can promote the family's wealth and standing. So Mary's role was a caregiver. She was very informal and loving with her children. She was a disciplinarian. She and O'Connell both balanced praise with punishment, kindness with a firm hand. She was in charge of their education. Of course, O'Connell weighed in on this, but choosing the subject matter. Some of the girls learned Italian while others of the girls learned French. Deportment was something, dancing instructors, music teachers, all of that sort of thing. She was also the religious glue of the family. She was really religious and really encouraged the family in their religion and spirituality and their religious education. She went to mass almost daily. And I feel like she kind of pulled O'Connell along as well. And then you see these great letters to her kids about their hygiene, you know, their young kids, and that they needed to wash behind their ears and clean under their fingernails and their hair was greasy and that sort of thing. So while the boys were in boarding school, you know, she's harping on them about their hygiene, which is really cute. And then she was also involved in settling the children and making sure that they had a good match. And she and O'Connell spent a lot of time talking about which career would best suit the personality of each child. In addition, Mary was involved, or her role in domesticity was really, really important. And we see this as the century progresses, these two spheres, women's spheres and men's spheres, starting to become really, really defined. And for the wives of these professional men, a smoothly run household was what brought standing in the community. So Mary created a really nurturing environment for her children. She created a safe haven for her traveling husband. It was a soft place to land where he could rest and rejuvenate. And she created a home that met the standards necessary to remain within polite society and to keep that level. Her duties included the household budget, such as it were, but making ends meet. She was, as we saw, his financial agent. She was in charge of groceries and supplies, and that didn't just mean walking down to the market. That meant corresponding with a wine merchant to get barrels of port delivered, corresponding with someone in Kerry who would deliver pork to the house. So a lot of machinations to supply this household, as I said, that was often overrun with people that they were entertaining. She was involved in the decorating, although O'Connell weighed in a lot on decorating, which was kind of interesting, entertaining as well. And O'Connell often guided her in who to invite. So he was frequently asking her to invite certain wives over, to befriend certain wives of certain men that he was hoping to network with. She was also involved in managing the help, and this was a nightmare for her. As it was a nightmare, we see this in the United States as well and in England. Managing the help was just almost it was just awful. They could not find good help. And a lot of this, especially with these kind of wives of professional men, this burgeoning middle class, the boundaries between the servant and the woman over the servant were quite blurred. There's no title to distinguish between them. So there was a lot of insolence on the part of male servants, and a lot of the female servants just weren't, they were either stealing or they were lazy. And so oftentimes you had to put up with kind of a bad servant because there was just no one else to hire. So there's a lot of stories in the letters about how a servant was insolent or she had to let a servant go, but then she had to hire him back because she couldn't find anybody else. She also was tending the ill, her children, but also at one point her housekeeper fell ill, deathly ill, and did eventually die, and Mary was taking care of her. And then finally, she was involved in kin keeping. And this is the role that women still fulfill in keeping the family together through writing, through hosting birthday parties, through acknowledging baptisms, that sort of thing, and maintaining those social networks that allowed O'Connell to continue to rise in prominence. In the later years, O'Connell was elected to Parliament in 1829 and Mary joined him in London in 1830. So there's very few, they were seldom apart, so there's very few letters here. The money is flowing in, the children are pretty much settled. There is a scandal in 1832 and 1836 when Ellen Courtenay accuses O'Connell of fathering a child with her and not raising it, not providing financially for it. And that takes a toll on the family. And then gradually her health begins to decline in 1835. She dies in Derrynane in 1836. She's 58 years old, and she is buried at Derrynane Abbey, I believe with hunting cap, although we don't know if the two ever met. And it's sort of ironic that he who disinherited O'Connell, she's now resting with him for all eternity. So while O'Connell's often called the king of the beggars, I like to think of Mary as the queen of the middle class. Despite very little formal education, she was intelligent, rational, far-sighted, incredibly progressive in her views on religion, on medicine, on child rearing, very politically astute, followed his career, and as we heard today, was a great sounding board for him. And so she really did embrace progress and change, and I think she steered her family on a path towards modernization. So if you're interested to learn more, these are the two books. The one is a biography. The other one is letters between her and her son, Danny, when he was at boarding school. Thank you.
Maurice is looking at me. 5 minutes we have for one or two questions.
Say that if anybody has any questions about any of the other papers, we didn't have a chance to feel free to raise anything.
Excellent. Good. So would somebody like to ask? These were two fascinating papers. I must say, Aaron's absolutely fascinating to hear about the woman, the mother, and to hear the whole story. It's really lovely and certainly requires much more publicity as well in the coming times when we're talking about that. So would anybody like to raise any issue, ask any question, make any final comment? Yes, I have. Sorry. Why did they get married? Where did they get married? Good question.
I don't know. It was a couple beggar, a priest. I'm not sure how that worked. Mary actually might know.
Marriage certificate would be.
No, I didn't find a marriage certificate. It was definitely a priest, a couple beggar. Yeah, probably a private house. Yeah.
Okay, right. Sorry, it's a question here. Yep. Microphone. Sorry, thank you.
Sorry. The one thing you glossed over there. By the way, your speech I think was absolutely fantastic, and your book is even better, if I may say so. One thing you did gloss over there, Mary. I'm a great grandson of Mary, and one thing I think she was a saint at was the bit about going to France for 2 years, and she went to 2 different places in France to economize. And then she spent a very short time in Southampton. And I went to visit the place in Southampton, which is on the high street there, a couple of years ago. And unfortunately, it's now a nightclub. And it serves an extremely poor pint of Guinness. That's all.
Thanks very much, Miris and Aaron. Great detail. Miris, in terms of sort of land league and landlordism and aspiring to be gentry, and the movement, the Ulster custom of the 3 Fs, which is fair rent, fixture of tenancy, and fair sale. The Land League moved on that way, but you said that the Trinity College Dublin lease of Derry Nan, of which the McCarthy and the O'Connell families enjoyed, expired in 1867. Did they become freeholders, or did they rely on the new Land Acts of the 1880s or 1870s to acquire it from the Land Commission, or how did their title develop?
I don't know if I follow your question, but that's something about me because I'm not a lawyer, but I have plenty of practice, you know. The point I was making was that the lease with Trinity was renewed every so often. And sometimes it was renewed almost automatically, whatever way it was set up. Again, I'm not familiar with the legal details of land law to comment on that, and so I don't know what's the answer to your question. But all I know is that it did pass, the freehold did pass in 1865 from O'Connell back to Trinity, and Trinity held the freehold until in turn they sold it to the Land Commission in the 1920s, which then redistributed the land among the tenants, which was the norm at that time. So that's, as I understand it, the sequence of events. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
And there was the Incumbent Estates Act.
Yes.
Of the 18th.
Yeah. Yes.
Did the O'Connell family? Did the O'Connells take advantage of that and extend their estate? Did Trinity College do that?
Not Trinity College, but the Incumbent Estates Act was passed. Which was a forerunner of the Land Commission. It was set up in the early 1850s. to dispose of estates that had been encumbered. In other words, that had accumulated all kinds of rent of debts. Sorry, during the famine. A lot of these estates, and we very often forget, they simply became bankrupt because a lot of these estates had set their estates against loans that were mortgages, exactly, and those mortgages were being called in. And in order to ensure that at least a fair price was paid for the estate, the encumbered estates court was set up and they adjudicated on the value of the estate and then sell it on. But even with that, the value of the estate was often much lower than its real value. So actually it was a buyer's market, a capitalist dream, really, the encumbered estates court. But the other thing I should mention about the encumbered estates court is it was used by the O'Connells of Lakeview and Killarney, who were descended from O'Connell's brother James. I mean, we have Sir Morris here somewhere from Lakeview, who produces that wonderful Liberator whiskey for his sins these days. But anyway, that family survived the famine reasonably well. And they had, as a result of, as I understand it, some fortuitous marriages, they had money in the bank, so to speak. And they used that money to buy back Ballycarbery. And I remember when I visited Morris O'Connell a number of years ago in Lakeview, and he was showing me around the house, and then there was a small little etching on the I hope Morris doesn't mind me saying this, but a small, what? There was there was a small little etching on the mantelpiece, and he said, and in the middle of all these portraits of his ancestors and so forth, there was a small little etching. He said, "This is," and he said, "You probably don't know this," he said, and we didn't know one another very well at the time. He said, "You probably don't know this, but that is where we all came from," he said, pointing to an etching of Ballycarbery Castle. So the Ballycarbery Castle was very much part and parcel of the origin tale of the O'Connells, and they were very proud of it. And when they lost it, especially in the humiliating terms in which they did lose it to the Cromwellians, when they got the opportunity to buy it back, which they did in the 1850s, they did so. So they bought back Ballycarbery Castle and all the surrounding area there, which they held until, again, the Land Acts of the 1920s, when they was disposed of in the usual manner. And again, I think it wasn't just buying back Ballycarbery, it was almost like a trophy, I think, for the O'Connells of Lakeview. They were buying back the area that they had been ousted from in such humiliating terms, in the 1650s. And even I remember Morris pointing this to me. There was a kind of hint of pride almost in this, and this is where it all started, this is where it's all started. That's where we came from, So that's about the encumbered estates. It was used not by the O'Connells of Joinan because they wouldn't have money, because they racked up serious debts during the famine. Yeah. So thank you.
Well, thank you all very much. We're almost dead on time, and it gives me great pleasure now on behalf of all of you to thank our two speakers, to thank Murish and to thank Aaron, and also on behalf of Murish and everybody else to thank all of you as a wonderful audience. Gormina Mahathir.
Now, before you disappear, every year the school tries to we launch a book that may be of interest to people in the locality. And this year we are very pleased to launch, or relaunch in fact, because it was launched earlier in the Listowel Writers Week earlier this year, but to relaunch a two-volume collection of the letters and papers of the 18th Knight of Kerry, Maurice Fitzgerald. Now, Maurice Fitzgerald, for those of you who don't know, was a contemporary of Daniel O'Connell. He died in 1849, and he would have been the person who would have been really centrally responsible for building up Valentia into the place it later became. All those plans that were to develop later in the 19th century were in fact put in train by Maurice Fitzgerald, the most interesting person, not least because of his associations and interactions with O'Connell. He was MP for Kerry for nearly 30 or 40 years before and after the famine, and was one of those Protestant MPs, if I can put it that way. Well, because Catholics weren't allowed to sit in Parliament, but he became one of the Protestant MPs who began to champion Catholic emancipation before it was passed into law in April 1829. So that is what the book is about. And I've asked Adrian Fitzgerald, the current Knight of Kerry, who is the editor of this two-volume thing, to just say a few words, and of course to say that on your way out, you will you will pass by a table, and Adrian will be behind it, and he'll be signing copies, and we'll encourage you all to buy copies as you see fit. 1, 2, 3, more the merrier. But anyway, Adrian, would you like to say a few words about the book?
Maurice, that I'd be as brief as possible, because I know there's a sort of program after this, and so we're running dead on time, I think. But I want to just say 2 or 3 words of thanks, particularly to Professor Morris, who very kindly allowed me to intervene with this rather vulgar commercial in the middle of a very serious conference on wonderful aspects of the O'Connells, in particular, Daniel, of course. And the other thing I wanted to do is to honor the 2 mentors who, once I'd actually managed to retrieve my family archive, put me in the right direction as to what to do with it. And that all dates back quite a long time, because we're getting into the 1960s, when I first met, first of all, Professor Maurice O'Connell, who was then collecting the marvelous 8 volumes of the Liberator's correspondence, including, I may say, a huge number of letters of Mary to O'Connell and O'Connell to Mary. And the other person I wanted to honor and give tribute to is Father Tony Gohan, now Canon Tony Gohan, who is a North Kerry man of origin, and who wrote a book in the late 60s or early 70s called Listowel and its vicinity, which is a wonderful local history and now a collector's item. And those 2 mentors of mine pointed me in the right direction, as a result of which, about 4 years ago, in this very room, we launched Morris's Father Robert's correspondence in 1 volume. And I'm afraid now we're involved in 2 volumes. And the other thing that I'm afraid I need to say is that our card machine has gone down, so we can only really accept payment in cash. If everybody wants to leave the room right now, don't get crushed in the herd going out. But I'm sure we can come to some arrangement if people want to, ask for my trust in taking the book and arranging payment later. But we'll work that one out. So thank you very much for listening to me, and we'll get on with the signing of the book and the distribution, which is happening just over in that corner there. Thank you very much. Sorry?
I was just going to say, reminding Adrian there that the Fitzgerald papers are, most of them are in University College Cork, and it's appropriate that the president of University College Cork is here, because they've given a home to the later volumes and have done a fantastic job editing them and digitizing them. A huge project has been going on for.
Yes, thank you for reminding me. Yes, they have had. We transferred the manuscripts of the archive to UCC, the Boole Library, about 5 years ago, and ongoing work has taken place ever since. And the archivist is coming to see me at the end of next month, when we're going to hopefully take the things a bit further. On with the sales.